Good morning. How's everyone doing? Excited to welcome you to UXOK Design Conference. This has been a long time coming. I'm going to be emceeing today. I'm Max Crawford. I'm a senior front-end web engineer at Mozilla, coming to you live from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I know we've got attendees from everywhere, but we're glad that you specifically are here. You should be watching on YouTube or Twitch. If you want to switch to the other one, just go to uxok.org/YouTube or Twitch, and you can go to the other streams. So to really get started and how to kind of get into the conference, I want to say we're going to have all of our chats through Slack. It should be disabled on YouTube. There's no chats. And then on Twitch, it's emote only. So definitely join Techlahoma's Slack. It's free. Go to slack.techlahoma.org and you can invite yourself. Once you're on it, go to the UXOK channel, and that's where all of the discussions are going to be. Our speakers are going to be in there answering questions and everything. So just jump on that. That's where it's at. I do want to go over the code of conduct real quick. This applies to every Techlahoma event, but we want you all to know that it's extremely important to us that members feel safe and respected at our events. If you have any issues with anyone's behavior at this event, please let us know through the incident report on our website so that we can take action immediately. And part of Techlahoma, just to talk about it, this conference is put on by Techlahoma and its volunteers. And to learn more about Techlahoma, go to techlahoma.org. But actually, we're going to have an intro from our president, Kendall. So everyone give it up for Kendall.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kendall Wirtz. I'm the president of Techlahoma, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Techlahoma and a little bit about this conference. Techlahoma is a nonprofit statewide organization, and our mission is to enrich Oklahoma's technologists of all backgrounds through education, connection, and opportunity. And we do that through all sorts of programs, including this conference and 2 other yearly conferences. We have 25 statewide user groups, and we also do a number of workshops and civic tech projects across the state. So thanks for supporting Techlahoma by attending this conference. I did want to say one thing about this conference. I'm very excited about it. It came about Max came to me with an awesome idea a year and a half ago, and part of the thing that was so awesome about it is it's a cooperation between 2 of our user groups, Tulsa UX and OKC Design and Tech. And I thought that was really cool, everybody coming together to sort of come up with a vision and get this conference done. So I'm really excited to see what we've got. It sounds like we've got some really good content. I want to thank the volunteers on the organizer committee for UXOK. You all did a great job. And I especially want to thank Max and Emily for bringing us through to the end zone for this conference. So the next thing we have for you, I'm also excited about. I'm excited about everything today, apparently. We have an intro provided by the Lieutenant Governor of Oklahoma, Matt Pinnell.
All right, apologies for that. We had a little technical difficulties. We're going to play his intro video in a little bit after our first speaker, so apologies for that. So let's jump right into a few more notes before we get started with our first talk from Tracy Kelly. We want to highlight our sponsors that made today possible. So to start, we have a lunch sponsor, and it is Gen Studios. They have been gracious to give anyone who's got the swag ticket, which I'm going to go over in a minute, lunch provided today. We're really excited to have them do that. But definitely, Gen Studios believes that by improving all of us, we improve ourselves. That's why Gen Studios invest time and more into the tech industry, like today, from UX concepts to delivery, including design, UIs, microservices, engineering, data, DevOps, infrastructure, and more. Check out Gen Studios. And then also Business Labs and Risk Consulting, our local sponsors. We're going to be highlighting them later in the conference. Thank you so much. Do you have any issues today with the conference? So it could be ticketing, could be getting onto chat, et cetera, et cetera. Emily, our Techlahoma community manager, is here to help you. So email her at emilyharden@techlahoma.org, or if you're already on Slack, at emilyh. It should autocomplete. But reach out to her. She will get you squared away with anything you have going on. So jump in there with her on that. If we're not plugging social, we're not doing our job. Definitely check us out. We're on Twitter at UXOK Conf, and then Techlahoma. We're on all the things: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. If you are tweeting or posting about today, use UXOK Conf as the hashtag. All right, swag. I touched on this a minute ago, but here's the actual cool stuff. We have gear for today. We will mail it to you after the event if you increase your ticket donation amount to over $30. That includes a mask that you can wear and be safe. We've got stickers, and we've got an awesome shirt designed by one of our volunteers. So just go to uxok.org and then adjust your ticket pricing to include that. Or reach out to Emily. We can get you squared away to get that. But the other thing it includes is a $15 DoorDash gift card, good for today, to use for lunch. So that's going to be before lunch. So you want to order that now. So if you're wanting lunch, dive in now and update that ticket price. Conference schedule. Okay, we've got 6 great talks today, and we are so pumped about them. Up first, we've got Design Thinking and Leading at Microsoft. And that's with Tracy Kelly. Tracy Kelly is the envisioning lead with the Catalyst team at Microsoft. She has been leading the design thinking training through North America, Europe, and the Middle East to help Microsoft move from a technology product first approach into a customer-centric and empathy-driven approach. She leads design workshops and custom strategy and virtual sessions. Prior to Catalyst with Microsoft, Tracy ran the Denver, LA, and Irvine Microsoft Technology Centers. She is passionate about learning, growth, and building up people for career and life success. She lives in Denver, Colorado with her husband, Dan, and French Bulldog, Maggie. Everybody, blow her up in the chat. Give her a big warm welcome. We're excited to intro Tracy Kelly as our leadoff speaker.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to talk to you today. It's such an honor to be part of the first UX Oklahoma conference. We're really here to empower every person and every organization to achieve more. And I'm so excited to kind of be talking to you about what I do in Microsoft and kind of what that means for design thinking and leading. My name's Tracy Kelly, and I lead the design thinking workshops at Microsoft. Before that, I was the MTC, or Microsoft Technology Director, for Denver, Irvine, California, and Los Angeles. And with every location is about 10,000 square foot in size. And it's dedicated to working with our clients to utilize the most innovative technology like HoloLens, augmented reality, or for business application, or artificial intelligence, or machine learning. I'm also the author of Design Thinking for Software and AI Projects. It's a book that's available on Amazon, and I have a website. It's www.thetracykelly.com. And I'll soon be offering a career advancement workshop using design thinking. So if you're interested in that, definitely head on over there and sign up. It's really to help you think about ways to create a career and a life inside of your job that you love, help thinking about salary advancement, and really just create a supportive community of designers. So you can sign up there anytime. My career journey has had so many ups and downs. I've struggled with so much self-confidence and comparing myself to others, and oh my gosh, look at how great their portfolio is, and mine sucks. Or look at how much they've accomplished, and I've only done this. And a lot of times that's really led me down this really negative headspace and the spiral. And just thinking about all the mistakes that I've made and how much I could have done better, or maybe how I could tweak things to make them more refined. But I learned who you are is not what you do. And because you can learn skills and you can get better and you can grow over time, all those things can be sharpened and improved. And just connecting with people that you think are experts will really help you kind of grow your career. And I realized every single person's on a different point in their journey of learning and growing. And we all have different experiences of life. And, I'm just here to hopefully help someone out there that's really looking to learn how to grow, how to advance their career, how to do things that are really outside of their comfort zone and help you forward yourself in an exciting and compelling way. And I want to take you on a little adventure today. So what I'm going to be doing is doing a fun, interactive bingo card where you guys get to choose from 9 topics on this deck by voting in the Slack channel. I've got my iPad here on the side so I can see all the Slack chatter. And when I'm talking, I may not be looking at it, but once you guys vote, I'm going to dive into just that topic right away. And that way I'm focused on things that you really like, and you get to choose the adventure that you take us on. And you get to steer me in what you're interested in learning about. So I'm super excited to do this. My goal is just to focus on topics that you care about, not the stuff that's not relevant to you, but really just get you into something that you want to learn about. So go ahead, cast your vote on your favorite topic in the Slack channel, and we'll get started. And I'm going to look on there and see kind of what we got. We got 5, 7, 6, 8. Well, it's all over the place. 3. All right, I got 2 8s. Anyone else for 8? I got 2 5s. I got 3 5s. Okay, it looks like we're all over the place. So I'm going to go ahead and start with skilling up because I see a lot of 8s out there. So let's do that. And I'm going to mark this off of my bingo board. So bam. All right. So you want to get mad, nunchuck, UX design, dancing skills, huh? So let's talk about that. Well, a lot of times when people think about what getting mad skills is like, they usually just jump into, I'm going to go get the certification, and I'm going to go take this class, or I'm going to read this book. But first I would say slow down. Take it from a design perspective. Really look at what is your learning style. Learn how you learn best. It's better to know how to learn than to know something and then it doesn't stick because it wasn't exciting for you. Before you buy a bunch of books, just consider what is your learning style. And it's like I said, there's a learning style quiz that I have on this, and I'll provide this deck afterwards so you guys have access to all the stuff plus all my notes that I wrote. But it helps you kind of think about what's the way that you're going to learn that makes it fun, makes it stick long term, and really helps you help other people. So that's kind of the exciting part of learning about things. So to me, there's 4 learning styles, and you've probably heard this before, but I'm just going to repeat it. There's the visual, where you learn by seeing something and seeing what examples work best for you. There's pictures, illustrations. there's outlines, heavy graphics, things like that. And then there's, for me, I'm auditory. I love Audible. I love learning by hearing. Someone can tell me the instructions and I get it. And it's usually something that will help you reinforce it because you can listen to it over and over and over. And that's what I do. I've read like, I don't know, 97 books or 70 something books this last year just on Audible. And there's some that are like 45 minutes, 30 minutes long that are super awesome. So definitely check that out if you're an auditory reader or learner. And then the next one is read and write, where you learn by reading and writing. This is where people who do well in school, they're good at taking notes, they're good at typing, they're good at reading books and highlighting things and just really absorbing that way. That was never my skill. I did crappy in school. I was awful at school. I was so high ADD, so high energy, I just couldn't pay attention. But if something piqued my interest through my ears, I was like, what's going on? So that's kind of just knowing yourself. And then the last one obviously is the kinesthetic, where it means you learn by doing. So this is someone who usually jumps into an app and they don't even want to read the notes. They just want to learn by getting in there and typing and doing stuff. And this is how they learn faster and they learn better. And so can you spot your own tendencies? This might be a hint for you at which methods will help you learn faster, absorb more, do better, and will really get you excited about the other ways you could learn, but also really help you figure out which ones are going to be the best. So let's dive into some examples of what that looks like for each type. So be thinking about your type. Okay, so for visual, I go for YouTube, but I usually turn the audio off or the video off and listen. But for those visual learners, they like to see examples and see how things work. This would be a great example, and you probably have done this in your lifetime. And watching other people demonstrate something, or watching conference speakers, watching someone do something over the shoulder, or even doing a video chat where someone's kind of explaining stuff to you, or maybe just video mentoring where you can be face to face with someone so your eyes can see something that's happening. For me, it's like if I'm in a group of people and we're on the phone, I'm in my happy spot because I can hear and listen and close my eyes and concentrate and focus on what they're saying. I listen to podcasts. I listen to YouTube with the screen off. I love getting coaching through and feedback through phone calls that I have with my career coach. I love getting guidance through the phone. Sometimes we'll be on video chat, but I'm mostly focused on what they're saying. And then obviously you have Amazon books where you hear, you can get a billion books. I have a book out there. People who do homework and do that well. Yeah, there's just all kinds of ways you can do through reading and writing. And obviously the kinesthetic, they love to be in-person workshops with their hands getting dirty or doing DIY videos, trying to figure out how to do themselves, or maybe they're physically attending conferences. But those are just some of the ways. And so when you start to think about that, you might say, well, what else could I be doing? And those are some of the things. Now, obviously you can go in and get certifications, but I would say to up your skills, why are you doing that? Are you doing that because you want to learn? Are you doing that because you think it's going to get you a better salary? Or are you doing that to put that on your resume? Now, I would say as a hiring manager, I want to see someone who has taken a certification and then how they apply it. So just getting the information is not enough in my mind. You really need to know how to show an example of what that looks like. So if you're there to show it on the resume, definitely do that. If you're there to absorb it, show how you've applied it in some of your portfolio work, or maybe on a website or something that you create. So that's kind of my how to get really good, deep skills. First, learn the way you do it well, and then show an example of it and be able to prove that you have learned that thing. So that's it for this question. So let's move on to the next topic. What do you guys want to vote on? There's a question, is there a value in learning different styles? Absolutely. Like if you can learn different ways, it just makes you better, especially because I think each and every one of you has an inner teacher inside of you, because I think you learn best by teaching. And so the more ways you can learn how to adapt that teaching, and you can do your teaching style to others in different mechanisms, you just become better at that topic, and you become better knowledgeable at overall, and you can instruct others, and that also just elevates your career. Okay, great. All right, so I heard number 7. Any other votes? Number 6 and 7. Okay, 6 and 7, 6 and 7, 6 and 7. All right, let's talk about, so I'll do 7 first, and then we can go to 6, okay? So let's do 7, and let's talk about growing design teams. So growing design teams is really about empowering teams. One of the misnomers a lot of people have is, oh, I'm doing a really great job as an individual contributor and I'm ready to step up into a leader role. Well, just be mindful that you are no longer focused on yourself and your own career. You now have to be a change to be a servant leader and focus on the career and the outcome of other people. It is a selfless act, and it is sometimes very hard to make that switch. I know when I was first growing in my UX career, and I was a UX designer and starting to learn how to do UI development, and then someone said, hey, you're doing a great job, let's move you into a leadership position. It was really hard because I had to stop focusing on how well I was doing and look at all my team and mentor and coach them. So that's just one thing to be aware of, is when you do grow that team, you have to be really mindful of them. So one of the things I put together is a roadmap. And I said, what does this roadmap look like? And this is something I delivered way back to a big company in Oklahoma, actually. And they were asking me, the CMO was asking me, well, how do we set up leadership? And this is after I've already been a leader for a few years. And I said, well, let me get a roadmap together for you that I think will help give you the formula to be successful as you start to develop a UX practice. You put a leader in place and you grow that team. And I think the first step is just you hire a good leader. You hire someone who's very selfless, who's very focused on what's the outcome for the business, what's the outcome for my team, and how do I best support both, so it's a win-win. And then second is building up that team, making sure you have a diverse team with diverse roles, and you evolve the teams and you build unity to the teams and you build collaboration. And then third, you have to have a charter that's a personality of the team that really tells you who we are, what are our objectives, what's the vision I'm setting as this leader, and how do I create as much clarity with my team to get them all marching in that direction so we can all execute together. And then fourth is, what are the guidelines that I want to establish? Is there a digital style we have for our company? Is there governance of how we work with other teams and when things get escalated? And what are our guiding principles and rules of operation and working? And what does success look like to us? And then how do I evangelize my team to other departments so that we're not being left behind, and so that we're included, and so that when people are doing things, they think of us and they think of the impact to us, and they understand the impact we make to the business. And then six is, how do I continue to unite the team? Not just my team internally, but I want to tie my team members with other people in the business to make sure that they are known for something, that people go to them, that they feel like they're trusted, and that my team is looked at as, wow, you guys make a difference for us. How can I get more of your time? And that just naturally grows your team because people trust you. And then you just got to continue to work that plan with communication, evangelism, training, and making sure people are understanding the impact you made to products and services that you've launched. And then you measure and adjust that, and you report that back up, and you just celebrate with the team, and you kind of shine the light on, this is the difference we're making. And to me, that's like the win formula that I've used in the past, that I've shared with other executives to say, this is how I do it. Now, it's not always the same path for everyone, but this is the formula that I made that I think works really well. I'm going to take you step by step by what that means. So obviously you find the leader and they hire you, or you advocate for yourself. And then you start to figure out, what does my team structure need to look like over time? Because you know, as you add value and you get more demand, you're going to have more work on your plate. How do you anticipate what that could look like? And what impact do you think you're going to make to the business over time? And then I also say, okay, here's my team structure. I'm going to have a digital lead or a UX director, and then I'm going to need these roles. And this is the thing I think they're going to do. And who do I start with first? Who do I need to add on second to make sure we're just covering the basics? And then how do I continually, incrementally add value? And just be mindful when you're growing a team, you're going to create like a job rec, and you're going to say, I want these skills, but not every single applicant is going to fit those 100%. And I don't believe anyone ever fits a job 100%. I feel like there's a 75% where there's a gap. And that to me is great, because that gives me a room to help grow them and sculpt them and help them get somewhere. Because if you hire someone who's overqualified, they have no room for growth. So just keep in mind when you're applying to jobs as a job seeker, that's not a bad thing that you don't have all the skills. Sometimes it's helpful for the manager to say, oh, okay, well, I can coach them in this, this, and this, and it adds value to the leader. So be thinking about that as a leader when you're trying to fill those job positions. You don't want someone who's super overqualified who could do your job too, plus, several levels ahead of you. So it's a balance, and just know that that diversity and the lack of skills is not a bad thing. It helps. But I'll just say one other thing. As a leader here, I'm not always looking for someone who's highly skilled. I'm looking for a culture fit in my team, someone who's a team player, who likes to get along with other people, who has great ideas, who has fun, and is willing to learn. Like, to me, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay, so let's move on. Team personality, like I said, to that culture fit, I want to know what my culture is, and I want to express that with my team and with people outside of my team. And so I build this kind of charter. And I said, we're people who dream big, we get creative, we collaborate, we take ownership, we create value for the business, we excel at what we do, we're very detail oriented, we do what's right for the people that we're serving, whichever customer or person that is, and we like to have fun. And so that kind of helps people understand who you are as a leader, and whatever that personality looks like. It doesn't have to be these things, but at least it gives people who are coming into your team or a part of your team how to behave, because those behaviors drive people to actually perform. Because if someone feels like they're included and they feel like they're part of something they understand, it helps them to really understand what behavior is expected. And when they fall out of that, you can always come back to this charter and say, hey, it looks like you're not taking ownership of these things. And that's the charter that we started. I need you to X, Y, Z. And then that behavior pattern, feedback pattern, you can hold just for any leaders out there. I use the FBI method for feedback: situation, behavior, impact, and then I also add an F for future desired behavior. So instead of degrading someone, you say, here's the situation, here's how the behavior was, here's the impact that had, and here's what I'd like to see in the future. That way we're not attacking the person, we're attacking the behavior, and we're trying to adjust that behavior to get it back into what we think is going to help provide optimum performance. So that charter really gives us these boundaries to help the team know what's expected from a behavior standpoint. So hopefully that helps. Next is the process and clarity. Now, these are different types of boundaries. These really help establish what is my charter, what is my success criteria, what is my ROI that I'm expecting to drive out of my team, what are my guiding principles, how do we handle backlogs, what are our pattern libraries, how do we handle interactions with other teams, what happens if things go south, who handles what, and this just creates clarity. I'm a big reader, and one of the books I read was a Stephen Lencioni book that was about executive communication, and it was probably the best book I ever read. And basically he said, clarity, 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 over communicate, make sure everyone understands what the boundaries are and how to work. And so I would just re-emphasize, this needs to be written down, it needs to be communicated, you need to talk about it at your team meetings very often so everyone's clear. And then evangelize your plan, have a roadmap, have a strategy. Okay, for evangelism, I'm going to do these things, it's going to do this as an impact, and I'm going to monitor that, because what gets measured gets managed. And the more you can have a plan around what it is that you're going to do with your people, your process, the product you deliver, and how you're going to communicate that, the better you can stay on top of, are you at the game level, at the output level that you expect as a leader? And then have clarity around the roles. Make sure people know exactly what it is expected of them, and don't try to overextend people unless they say, hey, I'm willing to take on a stretch role. And if you stretch people too much, they're going to be dissatisfied and they're going to want to leave. Again, I would say part of that, it comes with a leadership role, is over communicate with your team. Just make sure you're just, hey, how's it going? What's going on with you? Is there anything I need to be aware of? Is there anything that I'm not doing for you as a leader? Because a servant leader is really trying to figure out where the blocks are for their team and remove those blocks so their team can keep marching forward and keep carrying that banner and keep fighting those fights and winning. And a good leader clears their path and makes sure they know which direction we're going in. And they just help keep everyone moving forward. And they're also there with humility and service and authenticity. They're not trying to be a boss over someone. They're really there to, hey, how can I help you? What do you need? So that role clarity, I think, really helps. So the 7 and 8 rule, it's like work the plan and over communicate any changes. So I put together training plans. I put together, like, here's some blog things that I've read. I think you guys should read. This will really help. This is kind of how I'm thinking about Lean UX, or these are some elements of user experience books that I've read, or courses I've taken, or videos I've watched. And you get the team to share those things with each other. And that way we do something what Stephen Covey calls sharpening the saw. If you're constantly working your skills constantly, your skills will get dull because new skills come out. And the more you can learn and the more you can help training and communication with your team, the better they'll be. So that's just kind of working the plan, making sure you're communicating exactly everything and measuring. So it looks like somebody was saying, yeah, SBIF, situation, behavior, impact, and future desired behavior. Those are just really great ways. Actually, my coach wrote the book on, her name is Elaine Holland, and it was something about feedback. I can't remember the book. I have it in my bookshelf. But Elaine Holland, and it's, I think, Managing Feedback, I think is the name of the book. Great book. It talks about the SBIF method, how to use it in a positive and a negative way. But all of this is going to be also here in my deck, so you guys will have it. Okay, and then the next thing I have is, that's it. That's pretty much my game plan. And like I said, you'll have the deck. So that's this topic. And then we said we're going to go to 6, which is increasing design adoption. So 6 is really about making sure you're building a following. And that's part of that plan where I said you have to do evangelism. Evangelism is a really critical marketing skill that a lot of UXers kind of gloss over. They're like, I don't want to toot my own horn. But I tell you what, if you're not tooting your own horn, who's going to do it? No one. You've got to get out there and you've got to rah and get everyone excited and kind of get everyone on board. So the thing you need to know is you have to start learning marketing skills and change management skills. And I'm going to give you a shortcut on how to do both really quickly. There's this great company out there called Xplane, XPLANE.com. And they talk about this thing called strategy activation. And they talk about these 4 methods. And I'm just going to give it to you for free because I took this class on it. And I'm going to give you a bunch of free stuff. So definitely, hopefully you guys get all of it. So it's really about a methodical approach to creating evangelism. The guy who taught me this is the CEO of Xplane. His name is Eric Wood. He's amazing. I would definitely reach out directly to him or to find out about his company. It is so incredible. They have so many templates out there for free. You could just go and download to use. They're a combination of a design studio and a change management studio. And they use the power of UX research and design to test and drive user behavior and changes with their employees instead of customers. So it's really about how do we design things great for employees so they have a great experience so that when they do go to serve our customers, they're like happy, they're joyful, they love what they do. And so Eric took us through his process of really how to engage employees and get them to jump into your bandwagon and just be like tooting your horn for you too. And this image that he shared with me that I have on the screen really stuck with me. He said that not everyone is willing to change. They may hear it first and may not accept it because people are just really resistant to change. Now, I know you UXers out there like me, you love change. You love inventing new things. But there's a lot of people out there that, if you've ever heard of the DISC profile, DISC, there's a lot of S's out there that are very like, I'm not changing. Do not move anything for me. Don't change anything. But you have to understand there are different personality types out there, and you have to know that they're going to want to hear it first. They may not accept it. They may be generally aware of something that you're doing, but in order for them to get to believe, you have to continually communicate with them and give them the why, what's in it for me, so that they can internalize it and they can begin to believe it and apply it. And last, if you begin to integrate some of what you're trying to do as far as change into their daily routines, that's like a win. So I'll share with you all the templates that he shared with me and kind of what he took me through because I think it's so fantastic. And this was training that he delivered to my team directly. He talked about how change is something where you need a totally different approach than the typical change management. So you may have heard of ProSci or AdCar or other things, but really it takes ProSci and it really just makes it real, makes it actionable. And I love this approach. And he really talks about, well, a company mission is really about the values of the company, the emotional, integral behaviors they're expecting out of the company to deliver to the public. And it's upholding with a vision, the flag at the top of the vision is like a flag at the top of a mountain. This is where we're going. This is where we all want to be. And it's something that you strive to get to. But the strategy to me is like a compass, he says. And it should always be a way to guide you towards the course, but it's not going to tell you step by step how to get there. It's just going to give you directionally, this is the way we should be going. So that's what strategy is. It's not a plan. A plan is different. A roadmap is a plan. So a roadmap shows all the various milestones you're going to have to go through, all the different terrains you're going to have to see, all the dependencies. And it's really just step by step how to get there in a very detailed form. You may have seen this in the form of a project plan. Well, if you put a bunch of project plans together end to end, that should form up, okay, the strategy shows the beginning to the end. That's where we're going. That's the strategy. And then the one thing he added that I had not heard before, which I thought was awesome and cool because I'm a UX person, was a role map. And I was like, what's a role map? He says every person plays a part, and it should ladder up to the mission, to the vision, and to the strategy and the roadmap. And everyone needs to know what role they play in helping move that forward as they're going through the roadmap. So as an example, you might have someone who's steering a boat, and you might have someone who's looking at the map, and you might have someone doing something else, but they're all helping towards that thing. And as long as everyone knows the role they're playing, they have a part in making success happen. I thought that was really cool. All right, so the first part he said is who. So if you're gonna go down this path of really driving adoption, you have to identify who your target audience is. You have to determine what questions they're gonna have, and you have to determine what you're asking them to do. And not every target market or target audience is going to have the same questions or the same actions. So it's really good to sit down and do this. And like I say, you're gonna have this deck, you'll have this canvas, but they have all this on their website at xplain.com. I loved it. Number 2 is this thing called the vision map exercise, which is something I actually incorporated to things I do with clients almost every single time I meet with clients. And it's, where are you going? Where are you at? Where are you going? So to increase adoption, you should really just collaborate with your key stakeholders and ensure you have clarity of what is the current state of things. This is part of user experience research. And then anyone else who's going to be part of whatever project, they should also listen in and participate, because it helps everyone get to alignment on what the actual state is. Because if you've ever heard of mental models, one person may say, well, it's cold water. The other person says, yeah, it's cold water. The mental model of this one says, oh, no, you're talking about a glass of water that's cold. And the other guy's going, no, it's an iceberg. Same words, totally different meaning. So this really helps get people aligned in the same mental model. So that's for future state, current state. And then the middle part, the part where you once you've got those two, is what are the things that you're doing in this middle bridge that helps explain the specific actions that you could take or you are taking in order to move from where you are to where you want to be. And this might help you understand what their limited thinking is. And you might go, oh, well, you could do all these other things, but you're just listening. And then if you want to participate and generate ideas, this would be also an opportunity to do that. But it really just gives you what I think is like a preview of the ecosystem that you're about to encounter and kind of what they want to move towards. So I thought that was really cool as an exercise. Okay, so when we start to think about, okay, now we know where they are and where they want to be, who is where on the adoption curve? So one of the things in this template, you should take all the stakeholders you identified in the who stage and plot them on this group. And this should be based on their level in the company and how many people might be at that level. For example, the first row might be executives, who might likely be 1 or 2 at the top. And below that might be senior leadership, and then directors, and then middle managers, and then supervisors. And then at the bottom layer, you would see individual contributors. And after you've plotted these kind of target audiences, then you look to the left, to the right, and you can see not each group is probably going to be in the same stage. And you want to start thinking about, which is the next phase, what you could do differently with each of them to help them move from stage to stage, from hearing about it to believing it and understanding how it applies to them, and then actually using it in their daily lives. Now, it just depends on what you're trying to do, but definitely that's a consideration. So this is an example of from Xplain of some of the tactics that you might insert into that. And there's a ton out there, and these are not the only ways, because I believe you guys are incredibly creative. You could come up with a bunch of different ways, but you could take some of these and plot them back into that slide, and it might look something like this. This is like all the stuff, but it might look like something like this. So I've kind of put an example. You have a committee steering. They might want to see a journey map with an animated video that explains to them what the thing you're thinking about is. And then you might want to have coaching in the training so that you're giving feedback to them directly and you're listening to what they're saying. And then for regional presidents, they may want to do a listening tour, and they may want to understand how to incorporate this into something they may be sharing company-wide. and how it applies and the benefits and impacts it's going to have to the company. And then obviously down the line, you might want to have workshops and how-to videos and things like that to get people using whatever it is you built. So this is, and then at the very end where it's got the green sticky notes, it says, here's the impact we want to make. We want a 90% open rate on our emails that we send out. I want to see that people are looking at this. I want to make sure we get 800 views on a video, something like this. So as you're thinking about your adoption, you actually have a game plan of who to target, what to talk about, and what you expect out of that. And then you could do surveys after that at the end and say, did you learn everything? How are you feeling about it? You could do drop-ins to departments and say, okay, tell me what you thought about that. Where can we do different? So hopefully that will help you guys. But then the last thing is to think about, when. The last part is, how often should you communicate? Because some people are like, oh, I'm getting oversaturated with email. That's just not the way to connect with me. And some are like, I need to hear it more than once. So it's really just thinking about these 4 stages. Who's the audience again? What's the key message you're trying to deliver? What way you're going to do that? And what's the frequency? Meaning, do I need to do a drip campaign? Meaning I'm going to tell them once a month, every month until like 6 months. And each time it's going to be progressively a little bit different of the same thing. It depends on what you want to communicate, but that hopefully eventually over time will help you drive adoption. And again, the key theme is making sure you're hitting the right audience with the right message and making sure you're using repeated messaging that's very clear. Executives want brevity. People in the middle, managers want how and why, and people at the bottom want it all. Tell me everything. How does this impact me? What do I got to do? So that's it for this section. So we can now move into the next topic. All righty, great. How are you guys doing out there? Doing okay? What's the next thing you guys want to vote on? We got 15 minutes left. Looks like, is that right? 15 minutes? Oh, good, Mackenzie. Okay, 5, proving design ROI. And then we've got a 3. Okay, so let's talk about proving design ROI. I've only got a couple slides here, but this should take really a fast approach. But I think it's something that a lot of UX teams struggle with, to say, what value are you adding? Why are you here? And I struggled with this for years. People would just say, hey, can you make me some pretty PowerPoints? And I was like, yes, I can do that, but I have way more skills than that. I can make you make $1 million. How about that? Would you prefer that? And they're like, I just need the PowerPoint. Anyway, so the DMI index value, if you haven't seen this, go look this up. I put the link in here, but it is a DMI and motive strategy. This was funded by Microsoft. And we began analyzing the performance of US companies committed to design as an integral part of their business strategy. It was completed in 2013, and the DMI, or Design Value, DMI company created the DVI, the Design Value Index. And they tracked the value of publicly traded held companies that met specific design management criteria. And they monitored the impact of their investments in design on the stock. And they did a correlative value that said design-led companies, in the 2015 results showed that a 10-year design-led companies have maintained significant stock market advantage, competing and outperforming the S&P index by 211%. You can show this to an executive and they're going to be like, tell me more. I want to make more money, because that's an impact that they can get their hands around. They can understand. Now, obviously, Microsoft isn't on the list because at that time we were switching CEOs, and that's a whole nother story I could tell you about, which is so cool. But they really wanted to understand why is design helping people make more money? And it was really about innovation. It was about listening to your customers, understanding the impact and changes you need to make, and then kind of thinking about what you need to adjust in your product so that you can make customers more happy or serve them faster or better. And obviously it translates to money. So that's a cool study you should go look at. And then there's another one by McKinsey that tracked the design practices of 300 publicly listed companies over a 5-year period in multiple countries and industries. And they had 4 themes around which good design made. And they formed their strategies, and they created something called an MDI index, which is a McKinsey Design Index. And it rates how strong they are at design for the first time, and it links up the financial performance of each company and what was the difference. And the 2 findings I thought were interesting is companies with the top quartile McKinsey Design Index scored not only outperformed industry benchmarks, from a 2 to 1. But 2, the higher the design index, it directly correlated with the higher revenue and higher return for shareholders. That means the more you invest in UX and design, the more money you can make. Bing, 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 bing. To me, I was like, oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to show this to my executives and get them on board, because I had a real story from a trusted advisor that they go to all the time. And I thought that was a really cool, cool story that I could tell them. So now there's one other one that I thought was really cool, which is from Envision app. So if you're not using Envision app, they have a whole bunch of studies and stuff out there that I think is really cool, but they have broken it down into how do I measure this from my team individually, which I was like, ooh, this is cool. And they really looked at profit being the #1 goal of executives. And you can either break that down into 2 elements. It's either revenue or it's cost. Now, if it's revenue, it's about increasing the number of customers or increasing the value or the type of customers you get. And in cost, it's either decreasing fixed cost or decreasing variable cost. And I'm going to break down these examples. So on the left, around decreasing cost, you're basically saying the time to create a new component or a new product or whatever the thing is I'm going to say right now it takes me an hour, but I think if I can make this more standard or whatever I'm going to do to make this impact better, I can reduce it by X amount, 25% we're saying. And then we have an hourly rate which stays the same, is not changed. Number of designers doesn't change, but my design hours goes down by 20% on the right because I'm able to standardize or whatever. I just use standardization as an example where we have a UI pattern library. And if I can do that, then my cost per hour goes down and our capacity to take on new work goes up. And the yearly cost impact is I'm saving us $150,000 a year based on a $50,000 salary. Now, when I can communicate that back up to my leadership and say, if I were able to do this in reverse and increase our throughput, I can not only do that as a cost savings, but I can also increase our output. So this is just another way to communicate with people who don't get user experience design. They don't really care about the fluffy, oh, it made our customers happy. Let's talk about the bottom line. Let's talk about the impact and changes we can make. You can even use this on reviews you get on apps that you might launch. There's all kinds of measurements you could do. So the increase about revenue example is you take your customer base, your premium customer cost is usually, or percent is 2. If you can increase that to 2.5 based on some user experience changes or UI changes you make, you might change the quantity of your paying customers from 20,000 to 25,000, which if you think for $100 a year in premium revenue, it's not much, but if you multiply that times the amount you're making, you talk about an extra $500,000 a year. Now, what executive is going to turn down $500,000 a year? They're not. And all that is based on your ability to deliver a better quality design that people are willing to pay for. That's it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I think we are closer to time. How much time do we have left, guys? Okay. All righty. So let's keep going. Do we have any votes on the next topic? I'm looking at the chat. I don't see anything. No votes. I want to tell. Okay, we've got 5 to 7 minutes. Number 3, winning executive support. Number 1. Okay, I'm going to do number 1. I'm going to do 1, 2, and 3 as quick as I can, and then you guys need to cut me off. So, because I think this is the coolest story, and I'm just going to skip through some of this that you guys can read later, and then we'll come back. Microsoft CEO is Satya Nadella, and he believes innovation comes from having a deep sense of empathy. The more we can invoke our ability to meet unarticulated or unmet needs, the more we'll have a resource of innovation. I love that. I love that. So Microsoft CEO Satya's son, Zane, is 21 years old, and he has cerebral palsy and is legally blind. Zane suffered from an in utero asphyxiation, and he was meant to be confined to the wheelchair with severe cerebral palsy for the rest of his life. Satya said he was completely devastated when he found out as a father, because he found out in utero. And he said he was really sad for how things might turn out for him and his wife, Anu. However, his wife, Anu, said it was never about her. It was always about what it meant for Zane and for the care that he would have, the life he would have to endure for the rest of his life. It makes me tear up. Rather than asking, she thought, rather than asking about why us, she understood his instinctual pain before her own. And Satya said he learned a valuable lesson from her, and it was empathy. And her empathy runs deep. And he says, from her, I've learned that when I infuse empathy into my everyday actions, it's powerful, whether they're as my role as a father or as CEO. Anu, Satya's wife, said that their journey was traumatic, but it has been more traumatic for Zane. But it's taught her family not only how to cope with the power of kindness, how to cope, but also the power of kindness. And she said she learned the power of empowering art, the empowerment of can be of being kind to others, basically. And it taught her that kindness is an essential skill to have. Satya said that raising his son with special needs wasn't easy, but it made him stronger, and it really gave him a unique perspective on what he could do with accessibility using technology. And so as CEO of Microsoft, he's in a unique position here to make products that are accessible to everyone, even people with special needs, which is exactly what he did at Microsoft. And let me show you just some of the coolest things, and I'm super proud that we do. And I'm just going to brief over them as quick as I can. But we even have a chief accessibility officer that's in charge of this. And she says, we're on a journey to contribute and learn everything we know to help other organizations grow in this way, so we can really help people have this inclusive environment, hire great talent that's being overlooked, and reduce unemployment for people with disabilities. And she said, game on, we're taking this on. So cool. There's 6 kind of areas, but I want to talk about each one kind of quickly. Soundscape is a research project that helps people with low vision, and it basically tells them in their ear what they're seeing, what the camera's seeing out there. There's a whole YouTube video on it. I definitely recommend you go check it out. There's a ton of stuff. There's mobility that helps people with mobility challenges, and it can dictate things by with your eye blinking. It can do clicks on the screen. You can use your eye as a cursor. There's learning for people who have dyslexia or ADHD or other learning deficits. We have all kinds of focus technology that allows you to just laser in on one part of the screen and everything goes dark. There's this hearing thing where it has closed caption. All of our team sites, or all of our team chats are all closed caption, and then they do transcription as we're talking. It's just writing what we're saying, which is really cool. And we have a dedicated ASL, meaning they're doing sign language for people who call in who can't hear on the phone. There's also stuff for neurodiversity. There's a reading view. There's all kinds of stuff. There's stuff for mental health, people who have PTSD, and people who have anxiety and depression and disorders. There's stuff in our applications that help with that, to really help people get organized and focus on their time and manage their stuff well. It's just so cool. I have a whole bunch of stuff in the notes, so when you get the deck, you can totally read it all. And then the next one is, that's it. So the next one is the executives and empathy. So we're going to click over to that one really quickly, and I'm just going to talk about this very fast. So our executives, not just Satya, is really interested in empathy, which is blowing me away since I started. I just love what we're doing, and I can't be excited enough. So our newish executives have been there from 2014 are Satya, Brad Smith, who's our corporate president, and Kate Johnson. And I am just a huge Kate fan, because when I had our last in-person meeting, which was 2 years ago, she talked about these principles about authenticity. Be you always, she says. Empathy, it's a critical skill everyone needs to lean in, open your mind, and listen to the perspectives of others, because it'll broaden the way you see the world. And she's about learning and aspiring to understand it all. She says it's about having a learn-it-all mentality and not a know-it-all mentality. And she talks about equality, and that the world is complex, and the way we see it isn't the only way it is. And so I'm just a huge fan of Kate. And then she brought in this guy called Brian Stevenson to talk to us. He's the author of Just Mercy. It's a great book. It's a great movie that came out, and Jamie Foxx starred in it. She made sure every one of us got a free ticket to see that movie. And the story is, there's this, if you haven't seen it, it's great, go watch the movie. But this guy, Brian, it's his life story about what he does. And he just graduated from Harvard. He went to Alabama, and he was trying to help people who were wrongly condemned and couldn't afford proper representation. And this guy, Walter Miller, was sentenced to die because someone was just prejudiced. And they pulled him over and said, hey, you did this with this lady, and you're going to go to jail, and you're going to go to prison because she was dead. And found out it wasn't even him. There was proof the whole time. There was proof. and he fought for this injustice. And he showed, and the story, and the moral of the story is, there are things happening all around us, and you never know what people's different perspectives are. And you've got to ask questions and learn and listen and be open and not close your mind, because it makes a difference on the things we build. It makes a difference on how we see the world. It makes a difference on who we learn from. So I just thought it was cool. Empathy, he said, is about proximity, narrative, and hope. And I'm not going to go into the details, but he says it's embracing the need. Narrative is listening to the story that you hear from different perspectives. Hope is about perseverance through unseen chaos. And action is just because you feel something and you do nothing about it, that's not empathy. You've got to commit to doing uncomfortable things to break down the systems that hold us back from brokenness. I was like, wow, that's crazy incredible. So all that's in here. And then the last two are data story. This Monday, I got to meet with Nancy Duarte. Through our leadership, they brought her in to teach us about data story, which is this book here that she sent us. And it's in one of my things about how to talk to executives, which I'll talk about in just a second if we have time. But it's really about understanding how to empathize with people we're talking to and understand how they listen, not just how we speak, but how they hear. And it was just so great. Anyway, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just know we're getting lots of good education here around empathy from leaders and from talkers. Kate brought in Brene Brown to talk to us during the middle of COVID, because she was like, we need to have vulnerability here. We need to have authenticity. Everyone's suffering. And so she talked to us, and I took copious notes. Like, I wrote down everything she said from Brene, and she talked about leadership, vulnerability, shame, and courage. And she said vulnerability is not winning or losing. It's having the courage to show up and be seen when we have no control over the outcome. People who wade into discomfort and vulnerability and tell the truth about their stories are real badasses. So I just love that. So that's pretty much the end of the leadership and empathy thing. And I'll take that. Okay, yep. And then the last one is executive support, which I'm just going to go very quickly into. And a lot of people want to know, well, what's the secret recipe? How do you get my executives to act like this? So I'm just going to tell you some quick tips I learned from Nancy Duarte, and it's going to be this kind of thing that I have here. I've actually put it into the deck, so you guys see this is the class I took, and I thought it was brilliant. And she basically taught us, how do you win over executives? And I'm going to share that with you. So quickly, it is two things. Executives want to know the benefit, what's in it for the company and them, and what impact is it going to have. That's it. And how do you break that down? First, you tie it to strategy. You understand their goals and values. Then you anticipate the interruptions. Will they have strong opinions about that? That might be out of your purview. Who do you need to go ask? What are you recommending? Use very strong words. Just keep it simple. Don't go into a long diatribe. Keep it short. And then last is prepare your executive presentation with a 3-act story. You start with the beginning. What's the current state? Why is it a problem? What problem are you trying to solve? How will it address certain things? And the middle is, what problem or opportunity is it creating? And what symptoms do you see because of this opportunity? And Act 3 is, how do you recommend the problem be addressed? What are you saying should be done about it? And what action are you asking them to take? And that's pretty much it. And that, if you can keep it simple and you can keep it short and you keep it direct and powerful, and then pause and let them react, you're going to get a much better executive reaction and also anticipating those interruptions. So that's it. That's the end of the thing. So I'm going to take you back to the homepage. Okay. So
We're gonna switch into Q&A. I might be a floating voice for a second. We're gonna switch so we can both be on screen. One sec.
All righty.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I feel like we just got nine talks in one, which says a lot to breeze through that in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. Even touching on the C-suite, like talking to executives, that's like the joke I've always heard is, you're never going to get past your first slide. So have what you need to show there then. And so I like to keep it simple, keep it fantastically put. We have a few questions that are piling up. So let's just jump right in. One from Chad Hester. that they want to find out how are you and your team working in accessibility? How are you and your team working accessibility into the design phase at SDLC or of the SDLC?
How are we working it in?
Yeah.
My team is really handling innovation, so we don't get down to the UI piece, and I'm pretty much staying at the strategy layer. So my role, and I didn't get into this, is I help companies think like small startups. So I work with giant companies, I work with their executives, and then I come in and I say, okay, what problem are you trying to solve? How are you trying to solve it? And we think at a strategy layer. And I, with my UX background, always tie it to, okay, well, how are you going to design that to make it useful, valuable, and accessible? And then once we get the approval from the executives, then it goes into an actual design team that then focuses on those elements. So I don't really talk about, I mean, I don't really do anything with it, but I know a lot about it because when I was with my old company, that's all we focused on.
Well, that kind of ladders up to this next question.
Okay.
What did you find to be the most challenging? What was the most challenging when you transitioned from being a UX designer to a UX leader?
Just being able to balance a lot of different people's personality and needs. Because you're going to have people, especially if you're moving from a peer to a leader, are going to have a problem with that sometimes, you know, and you've got to learn to navigate, you know, how do you help support them and not feel like you're threatening to them in some way? And also, how do you show up as, you know, I'm still the boss, but I want to hear what you have to say. I think it's important. And just a lot of that is authenticity and vulnerability and, you know, trying to help as much as you can and really, and having a hard conversation a lot of times, you know, like, I realized you were here and I was here and then I moved here. Tell me about how you're feeling about that. You know, just have transparent conversation.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. Kind of following that empathy thing, what design tools do you use to help communicate empathy?
Sometimes, so a good friend of mine, or not a good friend, but she's up here and I think she's awesome. Her name is Ovetta Sampson, and she came to Microsoft from IDEO, and she and I chatted about this quite a bit. She talked about some stuff that I hadn't done before. So the tools I would use is, you know, I would kind of I would do research and then I'd share the research back with the executive and say, your employees are saying this thing. Here's a heat map of what your process is and where the pain is, right? It's like a journey map, but it's all voices and it shows kind of where the pain is happening. But she said she would take completely divergent examples away from the business and to walk them through it, but with a parallel experience and get them to feel the pain in someone else's experience and then say, okay, this is exactly what's happening in your business. And then get them, kind of trick them a little bit. Like, hey, have you ever stood in line at Disney and then you want to get the fast pass and there's a line there too? It's horrible. And they would talk about all these stories and they would start to feel the pain and share this. And she was like, this is exactly what's happening in your business. And then she would lay it out example for example. So I thought that was really clever. Yeah. If you haven't connected with Ovetta, she's also hiring. She's hiring her Microsoft team.
Well, I don't know if you may be seeing the questions because you're segueing perfectly into this next one. Do you hire designers specifically to work on accessibility, and then specifically what qualities do you look for in this role?
I don't hire for accessibility because I'm in a sales role. I use design thinking in sales, which is a totally different topic I could talk about, but there are designers out there. There's product designers out there that specifically work on like Word and Excel and Teams and things like that. And then we have a whole arm of designers that are in our consulting team that's called Microsoft Consulting Services that work all around the globe or maybe work in a region. And then we have designers that are specifically for corporate marketing who are helping our marketing teams understand how to better explain benefits, and they're kind of collaborating with the designers and the products. And then there are people who are trying to learn how to do design thinking, and we might be growing that. But as far as accessibility, it really more exists in the product line, and it really more exists in the consulting line than it does both what I do.
Yeah, more product based. I think that's it for questions. The one I like to always ask is, where can they find you online and learn more about you and contact you, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. I am totally online. I'm thetracykelly.com. And if I didn't mention this before, I'm offering a career advancement workshop in the next couple of months. I'm building the content in the book right now. And it is really going to be about how do you use design thinking to get the career you freaking love, that you're just so excited about. You wake up every day, you're like, I can't believe I'm working here. Like that's my goal, is to help people who have either lost their job during COVID or they're just plain unhappy.
Yeah.
You know, they're like the guy in Office Space. They're like, I gotta get out of here.
I love it. Well, I do have to say, I would be remiss. In 2016, I think is when Microsoft came out with the inclusive design guide with like the different levels of impairment and everything. And that was one of the big like that's like one of the reasons I got into UX, was seeing that and like understanding and like seeing, like you described, like the empathy, like I understood kind of the pain points there. And that was a big catalyst for like why I'm here today. And so just thanks for all of that. That's been great. Just like to call that out, just for something that was so pivotal to my career. Thank you so much for talking to us today. For everyone, make sure to jump on Slack. She's in there. We can answer additional questions and follow-ups. We are going to pause for 5 minutes, and we'll jump back on to start our next talk here at 10:15. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thanks. I'm going to put my contact information in Slack for you guys.
Perfect. Thank you. And we're back. Oh my gosh, Tracy, that was so good. Make sure everybody jumps in the Slack thread to tell her what you thought of that awesome talk. If you're not in Slack, let's get you there. So if you go to slack.techlahoma.org, you can invite yourself. You'll join the Techlahoma Slack team and then jump into the UXOK channel and you'll see where everybody's talking. We're so excited that you're here. I do want to remind during the talk, if you at me at Max, you can ask questions that I'll be going over with our next speaker, Felix. So if you have Amazon Prime or if you use Amazon in general, we recommend using Amazon Smile, and you can donate. Amazon donates a portion of every purchase made to Techlahoma, as we are a nonprofit organization. If you don't already use Amazon Smile and want to get started, go to bit.ly/Techlahoma Smile for directions on how specifically to do that. And in addition to supporting, we have the supporter ticket going on right now that includes a DoorDash gift card. If you're interested in getting that, this is the last call for lunch. So we're going to shut it down at 10:30 and send codes out to everyone. So if you're interested in getting a DoorDash code, this is the way to do it. Go to uxok.org and then update your ticket to that donation price. Or at Emily, and we can figure out how to get that going. From the very beginning intro, I'd like to reintroduce Lieutenant Governor Matt Pinnell with a special video.
Hey everybody, it's Lieutenant Governor Matt Pinnell. Wanted to welcome you to the inaugural Techlahoma Web Design Conference. You don't know how excited I am for this. I follow Techlahoma and everything that they do across the state of Oklahoma. To the over 200 virtual attendees that you have at this conference, I just want you to know how important this is to growing Oklahoma the right way. You know, we want to have more people in Oklahoma. We want people from around the world to know about how great of a place Oklahoma is, but we really want to grow it organically as much as we can. And there are so many jobs in this space. I know I'm preaching to the choir a little bit to you all about that fact, about just how many jobs, so many jobs on the digital side. I know I'm preaching to the choir a little bit from digital manufacturing to coding jobs across our 77 counties. We are not going to get this done without groups like Techlahoma, without virtual conferences like this. So on behalf of my office, the Lieutenant Governor's office right here at the state capitol right now, hopefully, again, advocating for and pushing legislation that is going to help you all thrive in Oklahoma. I want you to know, thank you for attending this virtual conference. Thank you for the commitment to Oklahoma and trying to make Oklahoma work, and knowing that Oklahoma is the best place to live, work, and play. And to those at Techlahoma, the leadership behind Techlahoma, I've got your back. And I want you to know that anything that we can do inside of this building or across the state of Oklahoma to tell your story and tell the stories of those attending your conference virtually, it is such a big deal to make sure that Oklahoma can be a top 10 state, and we can grow from over 3.9 million people into the 4 millions and 5 million people in the years and the decades ahead. God bless each and every one of you. Again, good luck with your digital conference. My doors are always open to you. Hey everybody, it's Lieutenant.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. We're excited to have you intro the conference. So up next, we have Felix Lee. Felix is an entrepreneur and designer who believes in constantly reinventing the way we experience the world and beyond through purposeful design that people love. Currently, he is the lead lead design and product at GoTrade, which is Y Combinator S19, and is a co-founder of ADP List. Everybody, blow them up in chat. We're so excited to have him. Felix, thank you for coming.
Hey, Max, thank you. All right. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of this. My name is Felix, and I am calling in from Singapore. And thank you, Max, for the amazing introduction. And just a quick introduction again. My name is Felix, and I am one of the co-founders at ADP List, a platform connecting designers and mentors around the world. So I want to share a little bit about me being a human being first before even a designer or entrepreneur, right? Because I always love being a human first before anything else, and that's something that I have always preached before going into the talk itself. So I am a human being and a creative thinker on a bold mission to design purposeful product for humanity, and the way that I do that is through product design and by really understanding the people around me and just the way that the universe works and how we can better design a more positive world for us to all live in. And that was why earlier last year James and we co-founded ADP List, which I will talk a little bit about later towards the end of the talk. So today I want to share about a very interesting topic that matters to me, and I do believe that I speak for a lot of designers and entrepreneurs, that matters to people in this community who wants to design something better and faster. But sometimes they question, is that kind of design really cheap? Can we really make it affordable for people? And so this topic here today means a lot to me specifically because we want to be able to design products that are better, faster, and cheaper in the sense that it's accessible to people, right? Quality can be accessible. And I will use ADP List today as a case study on why quality is accessible to people and why conversations and why quality can be democratized throughout the world. So if you have any questions, feel free to tweet me or put it in the comments on YouTube or on Twitch if you're watching there, and I would love to answer them at the end of this talk. So just a quick show of hands, right? I can't see anyone right now, but I would love to have a quick show of hands in the comment section on YouTube or Twitch. How many of you have actually seen this chart before, right? Where you kind of have to do a trade-off between good, cheap, and fast, right? If it's good and fast, as you can see, it's got to be expensive. If it's good and cheap, then it's going to be slow, right? And if it's fast and cheap, it's not the best quality. And if it's everything, then you're probably dreaming, right? But what if I tell you that this is actually a thing of the past right now, that consumers are looking for things that are good, fast, and cheap. And there are actually companies and products that are already designing for such experience, or in a way, designing such products ready to be adopted by people. So I will share a couple of companies that have already been doing that. And you probably know these companies. And I will share a little bit about what I think and how we can do that to design for better, faster, and cheaper. So to the next point, it's how many of you actually have thought about this before, right? It's not a common thinking, but you could feel free to comment in the sections, in the comment section below, and tell me what you think of good user experience versus the value of the product. I would love to hear, and I would jump back in the comments after this conversation, after this presentation with you, to see how many of you actually answered this question, because I am personally very curious about what you guys think. How many of you here think that good user experience equals to the value of the product? Oh, that means that a value of the product is directly equated to how easy or how simple it is to kind of like get the product. Just drop it down in the comments below, right? And I'll tell you that from personal experience, and I can be sure, is that a good user experience is never really actually the value of a product, right? And what that means is that a good user experience is only the bridge towards a value of a product, right? And if you don't get that, I'll give you an example, right? and I'm sure some of you guys here, or majority of you guys here, might have heard of Craigslist or might have used it. But Craigslist isn't really, they don't really have the best experience to use it, right? And I would say even so, like for Amazon, right? Amazon is huge. We love Amazon, but Amazon does not have a very superior, user experience as compared to, maybe some other e-commerce. But it never fails to deliver the value, which is Amazon is faster, is better in some sense, and is cheaper, right? For some of the products. So if you think about that, the value of the product never really equates back to how easy it is being used, right? But really, what is the value that people are seeking for in your product, not how simple it is to use? So that is one of the common misconceptions that I want to put away, early in this call, because I know that, a lot of people, and especially designers that are coming into the industry, thinks that a simple product or an easy to use product equals to the value of the product. But no, right? If you look at Craigslist, I think that's the best example out of, a lot of things as well. So I'll dive deeper into the better, cheaper, and faster equation for everyone here. So the best product started out really just being better, faster, and cheaper. And so what does this mean, right? So when I say that the best product started out, and that means from day one, they are actually already better, faster, and cheaper. But that does not mean that they stop improving, right? Because design has always been and will always be an iterative process. How do we make it better? How do we iterate it? And how do we actually define the best product? Because there is no best product out there. All right. So I'm taking 3 companies here. Some of you guys might recognize this, some might not. The logo is kind of hidden there. But these are the 3 products that people know of globally and sort of use them, right? And these are the earliest days of their website when they sort of first launched, right? As you can see, visually it's not that appealing as what you have today. And in terms of like user experience, it's very clunky. There's a lot of text, As a UX designer, you probably know all these words, right? I don't have to explain them, but you know what I mean, right? Is that the first website and the first product isn't really that good in terms of experience, but people still use them. People still adopted this, right? And what are these 3 companies? On your left, you have Netflix. In the middle, you have Airbnb, and on the right, you have Uber, right? And these are the 3 one of the biggest startups and companies, tech companies that we have today from Silicon Valley, right? And around the world. So if you think about it, when they started their product, it wasn't necessarily better in terms of like experience. The design of it, the looks, the visuals, the design of the experience isn't really that optimized, but the value that they were serving was there. And that was where it was better, right? So now as we dive into the topic of being better, I want you to think better, not in experience, but better in value, right? As a designer, you got to understand that. So Netflix, for Netflix case, people wanted to not buy a tape or a movie. They just wanted to rent the shows or the movies, right? For Airbnb, people literally had no alternatives when there were no hotels available. And for Uber, people just wanted a way more convenient, a method to get a cab instead of just flagging one by the streets, right? So they literally solved that problem, right? It doesn't matter the interface. It doesn't really matter the experience. All it matters was, are you solving that problem and are you giving that value? So how do we design better? So feel free to take a screenshot or whatever. But to sum it up really clearly, how do we design for better is to understand the problem that you are actually solving for. Now, back to the point of Netflix, is that people didn't want to buy, they just want to rent it, right? People don't want to buy and keep it for like 10 years or whatever because they don't have the use for it. They just want to rent it for one time and return it back, right? So they understood the problem that they were solving as first, and they pay attention to their customers, right? And all of this wouldn't have happened if they hadn't had talked to their customers in the very, very early days of their product building, right? So it's very important for you to talk to your customers and understand the problem that you're solving for in this space so that you can create the right value. Now, next, I want to go into the part of faster, right? In a sense, how do we be faster as designer? Now, when I mean fast, I don't mean, how do we basically do things faster? How do we get from, how do we get our design from, iteration A to B faster? How do we ship things faster? It's not really that fast. But what I mean fast is how do you deliver your value as fast as possible, as fast as the user wants and needs it, right? Now, I took two examples. Probably some of you guys might not have heard of FlexSpot, but Uber is very clear is that the way that they deliver their value faster is by operating and having more cars on the road, right? And if by the push of a button, you actually can get a car almost instantly or just within a couple of minutes. And that's because they have a huge chunk of supply of cars that are running around the road that are ready to serve you, right? So the value of the platform increases as the amount of cars increases as well, right? So that was basically a faster way to get a cab, right? Not because the experience was easier, but because there were way too many cabs on the way too many cars on the road for them to utilize, and they were able to get you really fast. And for FlexSpot, right, one of the delivery companies, shipping companies, they were able to do way faster, I think 10x faster deliveries than the existing solutions out there. So the key for designing faster is to understand first that collaboration is key, right, as a designer. So design can only work so far, as you can see, right? I haven't really talked about like, oh, you got to do research or everything like that, or you got to kind of like do your persona. But understanding that collaboration is key is so important, because without the operations team at Uber, they probably wouldn't have that much fleet of cars on the road. So to know that as a designer, you got to know which part of the equation in the value is important. Design for that, run that, test that, right? So collaboration is key for all designers, product managers, whoever that's watching this. Second is to know what should be faster, right? Should the onboarding be faster? Should the payments be faster? Should the comments come in faster on Instagram? How do we optimize for that? How do we design for those things? So you have to have a clear understanding of what is the value that you're serving and what needs to be faster, right? And the third one is measuring if it's really faster. Now, some of the times where you kind of think like, oh, it's fast, but it might not be, right? So really go down to the ground and measure these very important metrics for that. I hope you guys are, catching along and taking your screenshots. Right, and the last one, I want to talk about is cheaper, right? So I would love to see in the comments how many of you here think that cheaper means, lower quality here, right? What if you pay 99 cents for like, something, right? Would that be low quality? I would love to hear thoughts on the comments. All right, I'm seeing a couple of comments. Cool. So I think everyone has different thoughts on Twitch and YouTube, if you guys are seeing. The thing is this, right? Cheaper does not necessarily means low quality. Sometimes cheaper just means that in a sense of a unit economics, it has been driven down to a price point where it's affordable. Now, I'll give you an example, right? When Tesla started in the very early days, Tesla was really expensive, right? But as the mass started to adopt it, as the technology gets better, the unit economics makes more sense, and things, the price became relatively cheap for the day-to-day consumers to start buying them. And of course, 10 years later, Tesla is going to be definitely cheaper than what it is right now because of battery technology and more, right? So things get cheaper, and that does not mean the quality is not that good. I love Tesla, and I would love to have it in Singapore, right? They are probably going to push it out soon, hopefully. So that said, cheaper does not mean low quality. Cheaper just means that they have already achieved a certain scale of unit economics there. So I'll give you an example, right? So how many of you here heard of Patreon? Quite a few. How many of you here heard of Buy Me a Coffee? Quite a few as well, I'm sure. So Buy Me a Coffee actually did something, I would consider awesome on their platform, which is comparing their website to their competitors' website, which is Patreon, right? So they literally put it side by side, Buy Me a Coffee and Patreon, and they compare every single thing, right? And they tell their customers that we are more worth of a value. Now, if you see where I'm coming from, the word cheaper does not actually mean just necessarily the price. It means the value that the people are getting out of it. Now, it drives back to the point of being better and faster is what value are you delivering at that price point, right? So they put a comparison between Buy Me a Coffee and Patreon. And of course, they both have like different strengths and, whatnot. But by spelling out really clearly to consumers, you have actually sort of tell them, say, hey, for this price, you're actually buying something of value here, right? So that is how you actually kind of like, deliver that value at a certain price point that you want. right? Which is how most brands actually price their product, right? They sell the value, not the product, right? So people are willing to buy at that value, okay? Cool. So how do we exactly design for cheaper? So 2 points, really fast one. The first one is to know that your consumers are smart, the customers are smart, so they are rational. So don't even try to, think like, oh, I can, jack up the price or something like that, right? Because customers are smart and they will go to somewhere else with a better quality or even the same quality at a better price. All right. So I'm pretty sure that everyone here as consumers, we have faced that. We love that. Okay. So that's one. The second one is to be radically transparent. Now, what I mean is that you should help your customer make a very clear decision when they are purchasing your product, right? Just like buy me a coffee and Patreon, right? Putting side by side literally and telling people that, hey, look, this is where we stand. This is where our value is, right? And this is why we're worth that price, right? So always be transparent with your customers and always be transparent with your community on what you're serving there. Cool. Now I'm going to give a real life case study, but before that, I would love, you guys to comment down below or whatnot, and kind of like give me your thoughts so far about better, faster, and cheaper. Because now I'm actually going to dive in the real life case study, which I personally worked on with my co-founders and the team at ADP List. So if in case you guys haven't heard of ADP List yet, I'm going to give a quick intro of that. So ADP List is a platform for designers to find, book, and meet mentors globally. So you can go there, you can find, mentors like the director of LinkedIn, the director of Facebook, designers from Facebook and whatnot. You can book their calendar and you can get on a call with them, for a portfolio review, for for a career advice or whatnot. They're willing to talk to you as mentors. Now, we started really last year in April 2020 when COVID hit, and we have grown tremendously through then. And in January, we have seen over 1,000 bookings on ADP List platform itself, and that is incredible. And I'm so grateful, for the mentors and community who has been supporting and being a part of this platform, right? And so now I think it deserves its own case study for a couple of minutes, Hall of Fame, and I'll tell you the evolution of what has been and what has been on this platform, right? So just a brief, throwback. Back to last April, right? Where you can see me tweeting and say, hey, help retweet for designers. Let's build a community around and help people on this, right? And it's actually a spreadsheet, as you can see. It was just a simple spreadsheet that allowed people to put in their name and say, hey, I want to help people. I want to mentor someone. I want to mentor a designer. And look, now, if we go back to the theory of better, faster, and cheaper, this Excel sheet technically solves that. It might not be faster at this point of time, but what it did was that it was already way better and cheaper than anything else out there, right? Because think about it, if you were to reach out to someone on LinkedIn, cold LinkedIn message someone, you guys would take typically about a couple of days of conversations or even a couple of weeks and say, hey, how are you? Can I get on a coffee with you? Can I get mentored by you? That's so awkward for even, an introvert like myself. Would find it hard to bring up that conversation, right? And it's not for everyone to go on social network to do that, right? So by having a curated list of people that you can already reach out to and have the intention to mentor you, it is already better. And last but not least, it's free, right? People are doing it for pro bono, right? So and these people are really, really high quality folks, right? As you can see there, we have folks from DoorDash, Tokopedia, Grab, whatever, right? So. And next, we actually built a website for it, right? So this is the evolution, as you can see, a little bit of evolution about, the mentoring, how we actually start to display the mentor on the website. So FYI, we actually built a website out of the Excel sheet. So everything really began from the Excel sheet, right? We started to build a website around it. And today, this is just a screenshot just right before the call. We have over 927 mentors on the platform. We do vet through all the mentors. So there is a qualification process that we kind of vet through the mentors, and acceptance rate is about 40% right now, 30 to 40%. So it's pretty exclusive to be a mentor on ADP List. But most importantly, we want to maintain that quality. Now, to the point, of being better. This is where ADP List really stands out as, you can reach out to people directly, but most importantly, they have the quality. Now remember, the word cheap does not mean that it's, at the price point, but the value that people are getting out of it, the quality that people are getting out of it, right? So this is the platform where we are today. And, we have seen over 1,000 bookings and 1,000 reviews on the platform. So once you have booked, you can leave your mentor a review. That's awesome. And then that kind of really builds up the quality of one's profile and on the platform as well. So some things that I've learned by building ADP List is that in terms of better, it was really directed to the mentors, directly to the calendar or the email. It was a dedicated platform for someone to really go and reach out, for advice or for portfolio review, right? And next, faster, right? You are able to just book directly. No conversations needed, no questions asked. You are just able to get in their emails or their calendar and say, hey, can you help me with this, right? And they are so willing to open up their conversations. And by the way, ADP List definitely has opened up a new perspective for me about humanity and just being people wanting to help one another, right? That's just incredible for me to witness. And I would love to share that with everyone today. And the third one, being cheaper, is not necessarily cheaper, but it's really about the value that it's delivering, right? Even if I were to pay someone like $1 every month, like I would say, hey, look, Max, you're my mentor. I'm just going to subscribe to you for $1 per month in a way of like tipping you. I would do that. Why? Because Max is delivering the kind of value that I wouldn't be able to buy anywhere else or even be able to buy with money, right? So for me, that kind of value is so, it's just out of the universe for me to be able to reach out to these people that I have never been able to see in the past, right? Or just connect to, right? So that's amazing. But thankfully, for now, and we are really trying to say, how can we design a better experience around that and constantly improve for our community, right? And in the terms of value, it's pro bono. So I would encourage you guys to reach out to someone. If you're a designer, wanting a mentor or just really trying to get your portfolio reviewed or career advice, those are your mentors there. So go for that. So to the point of, what I've built and better, cheaper, and faster, ADP List is a very clear case study of how you can use design and how, as a designer, you can think in the point of how do you design value instead of designing product. All right. So I hope that you have learned something today about designing value together with a real case study. So you know that it's real, you know that it's happening. And I hope that it's something that you can really think about as a designer moving forward, that you will design for value and not just for product. All right, so thank you so much for staying through this conversation. I always love to say there's a conversation because, I love it to be two ways. So let's get to the question Q&A. Feel free to tweet me, feel free to add me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to chat with anyone after this conversation as well.
Felix, thank you so much, man. That was an awesome talk, man. I like that you approached. I was talking, I think last week to my partner about the three concentric circles. When I saw your talk, I was like, oh man, I'm all over this. So we've got a couple questions just to start out. How do you determine what better, cheaper, faster means to stakeholders?
Right. Okay. So better, cheaper, faster to stakeholder, it means really studying and understanding two things: your customers and the nature of the business, right? When you think about better, faster, and cheaper, what does, let's focus on the better and faster, right? What does better and faster means for your consumers, right? In the sense of Uber, better and faster, it means being able to get a cab within 3 minutes, right? Just push a button, you're able to get a cab, right? That was really that value proposition. And in the case of ADP List, it's like, can I just get a mentor, get on the call with someone, and that's done, right? That is better, that is faster as compared to, starting a whole conversation just to get on the call, right? So if you think about that, you got to really understand from your customer's point of view, what is better and faster for them. And the side of cheaper is a little bit easier to understand. That in itself, you have to understand what is the market doing, right? Are there different solutions out there? Are there solutions that are, in a way cheaper, or in terms of price point? And then can you actually provide more value at the same price, or even more value at even a cheaper price, right? So those are research that you have to do. Those are talking to customers, I would say.
Excellent. No, you covered it. So this is a kind of a larger question. Could you tell us a bit more about how you came up with the idea for ADP list, and specifically, how did you execute it using the better, cheaper, faster model?
Sure. So first of all, ADP list really started just as something that I think, I just want to help people. People were getting laid off, and they wanted a way to connect and get better to, land jobs and whatnot. I think, people have always wanted a mentor, right? People have always wanted a mentor, and they have just not been able to see each other before ADPs have existed, right? They have not been able to see that, hey, this guy's a mentor, I want to reach out to him, because everyone is on social network. It gets confusing. So there wasn't really a platform for that. And so for us, it wasn't really an idea. It was more of like, we just want to help people. But today at ADPs, the mission is to democratize mentorships for any and everyone around the world, so that we can all get access to quality mentors. And I truly believe that, in terms of the next generation of human capital, and in the next generation of just mobilizing our talents, mentoring and mentorship is going to be an incredibly important part of that, right? You could come out of school and you'll be really, really lost as a fresh grad, right? And you'll be like, hey, what do I do right now? And imagine that you would have a mentor there for you to reach out and just say, hey, what do I do right now? Do I find a job? What do we recommend? Someone that has walked the path of your shoes. And that to me is incredibly inspiring. And that to me, I believe, is the future of human capital here. So that was how the idea came about, and how it's formed. In terms of the better, cheaper, and faster, I'll be honest, is that initially when you were started, we hadn't designed that particularly to the better and faster, cheaper model. But as we look back, it made a lot of sense to us that it was designed with that in mind. Because first, we of course wanted to keep it accessible to everyone. Second, we wanted to make sure that what we're solving here and what we're designing here is a direct, clear path to the value, in the sense that the value is being able to get on the call, right? Faster, in the sense that how can we cut down the conversations and all the talks and the messages and just get to the call directly with someone, right? So that was when we actually integrated Calendly into our platform and say, all right, now you can book someone directly through the platform, right? And that was really how we really innovated along the way and iterated. So it wasn't like the first idea that came in mind, but it was through a lot of testings and talking to people.
Yeah, scheduling can be just totally like that last mile is so critical.
Yeah, the last mile, exactly.
No, and honestly, thinking about just how important mentors are to people, it's just like, I can see, I imagine if you ask any like top person in any field, they're going to have a list of mentors. Like, nobody got to where they are at the top of their field without having mentors along the way.
Yeah.
Or got started. Like, it's so just important. So one question we had, again, it's a somewhat, just take it how you will. How does the better, cheaper, faster model relate to defining scope? And more importantly, defining and sticking to scope and avoiding scope creep. So yeah, how do you apply it there?
Okay, I'm not sure if I get the question right, but scoping product, right? I mean, you must be talking about
project definition. So yeah, how does using that model apply to like keeping a project on track and under budget, etc.? Like when you're initially just defining it.
Sure. So in terms of having like a client project, I'm not saying charge your client lesser. All right. What I'm saying here is that the cheaper part should be for the consumers, in the sense that at the end of the day, the end consumer of this product, it should be receiving an accessible rate for them, right? Or a price point or whatnot. The value has to be good enough to serve that. And And I shared about this, a couple of times, is that always go back to your users, right? There is nothing that you can define clearly without talking to your users. And in a sense is that, I'll be honest, like even to today, my team and I at ADPs were discussing and talking about what can we constantly do. And every week we push out new functions and whatnot to make sure that we better serve the community. And one of the things that these functions are being pushed out is not because we just assume that it's better, faster, and more accessible, but we really talk to every single of our users and ask them, hey, how do you find this, and what is happening right now? And we did a survey, right? And we talk to people on video calls and really tell them, say, this is what we're building, can you test it and whatnot. So a lot of times when you do projects, I would almost say that when you're scoping, you have to first have something in mind, like a hypothesis, right? And say, okay, this is what I think would be better, faster, and cheaper, and this is what I want to test out, right, for the project. And you kind of experiment with that. So a project that you're taking on shouldn't be, I'm a strong believer that a project shouldn't be one time, unless you are in an agency. I don't think you have a choice. But if you have a chance to work on iterating a product and working on one single product, you will know how exciting it is, because the more experiments you run, the more findings you get. And it's basically like blitz, right? Blitz basically means going really fast, right? And when you blitz your design, right, you basically can run almost up to 10 experiments every single week, and you get the best results out. And you know that the best result is the one that gives you the better, faster, and cheaper, right? Because that's the results that drive the outcome, right? So run a lot of experiments with that hypothesis and run different experiments to test out that hypothesis as well. I'll give you a case, right? When Twitter first started, their growth was pretty much like, growing like that every day. It was growing. That was when they started. That was when they ran about 3 experiments per day, right? Per week, I believe 10 experiments per week on one hypothesis. The growth went like that. Now, to anyone watching this, product people, engineer guys, or startup founders or designers, you have to have an experimental mindset. Now, sometimes it gets really hard because it's like people are pushing. It's like, why are we pushing out so many things in one week, whatever. But you got to know, like, the more you experiment, the faster you are, the faster you will get to your outcome as compared to someone else who is doing the free experiments, right? So something to keep in mind. All right, experiment matters in your project.
No, that's excellent, because what I'm hearing is make sure your projects are small enough to where you don't, like, the scope can blow up and it's not going to mess anything up. It's just really iterative process is really the best way to kind of run with this, with the better, cheaper, faster model. One question. This is I like this one. Which of the 3 of cheaper, faster, or better, cheaper, faster do you think is the most difficult to do well, and how do you overcome common obstacles within that one?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, actually. I never thought of that. But if I were to give you something on the spot right now, being spontaneous about it, I would say that the tough part would be to find a cheaper. Because cheap is subjected to everyone's purchasing power. The word cheap is, basically, like, of a price point of view, it's very subjective to any and everyone, right? To find a price point that everyone is comfortable for might not be the best, the best thing that you can do. But if you kind of think about better and faster, that can be actually delivered really, really well if you understand your users and the market well enough. Like, as long as you know what you're doing, better and faster, and with a lot of experiments, and I do mean a lot of experiments, you would be able to sort of get that. But in terms of cheaper, you have to run a separate set of experiments just to know what's the best price point. And even when you do that, it might not be something that is desirable, because what is desirable for you as a consumer might not be desirable for a business, right? And what I mean is that you could technically, give like a really good price for everyone. But if it's not making a profit for your business, you're not in the business of business, right? And this is the reality, that as a designer, you're hired to make sure that you balance between your users and the business. Because, if I hire you as a designer, I don't just expect you to tell me that, all right, it's usable, let's launch it. Because that doesn't drive a business goal. What people are looking for is this usable? Is this affordable for the people that we are pushing out? But at the same time, does it make financial and economic sense to the company? Which is why the part of cheaper part would be the more challenging one, personally, because you would have two sides to balance, the user and the business, whereas compared to the better, faster, just the users. Yeah.
No, that's a really good answer. And that's a tough question because depends on what you apply it to for how you're going to answer.
Exactly.
But I think, no, you covered it though, for really what that's going to be. Someone had a question specifically just around ADP list.
Sure.
It's scoped or not scoped? It's open to all fields for mentorship, right? Not just design and UX.
So currently it's design and product management.
Okay. Is there going to be additional mentorships, or is it just focused on that for right now? Is there any is there any kind of roadmap?
Yeah, the roadmap is that currently is design and product management, but we will be expanding out into engineering and deeper into product management and even up to sales and marketing, copywriting as well, really, really soon, probably by Q3 or Q2 this year. So stay tuned for that. We're super excited for that, actually. Yeah.
No, I can imagine anyone who's like in any field wants this. This is such a good product.
Thank you.
Okay. How can people get a hold of you? I guess let's review that and make sure people know where to find you if they have any other questions.
Right. So this is like the shameless plug time, right? So I'm just going to
plug away. Camera right there.
Cool. All right. So a couple of ways. First thing, Twitter, right? You guys have my screen share here or something. Twitter.
We're gonna share it in the thread for everyone.
Yeah, share in the thread. Felix Lee ZD, right? Tweet me, DM me, right there. On LinkedIn, where I am very active there. So I post a lot on LinkedIn about my thoughts about design and startups and whatnot. Feel free to follow there. So design, basically Twitter and LinkedIn. Instagram is a little bit private, but yeah, LinkedIn and Twitter. And if you want to book my time as a mentor, as someone you want to speak to, go to ADP list, search for Felix Lee. The calendar is there. Feel free to book anything you want.
That's awesome. Well, Felix, we appreciate you so much. I know it's almost 1 a.m. there in your time. So thank you for staying up late and talking to us. We really appreciate it. And
for sure, Max. Yeah, pleasure to be here tonight. Yeah, thank you all so much. Have a great event. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Everyone, we're gonna pause for the next 15 minutes. You should have your code links in your email. So check your email if you got a swag ticket for that DoorDash code. And we'll see you all here at 11:15. Thanks. All right, we're back. Man, Felix, that was a fantastic talk. I'm so glad we got to have you on. So Felix was in Singapore where it's 1 a.m. and our next talk is coming all the way from Hungary where it's 6 p.m. So time, we are all over the globe, which is funny sounding, but that's pandemic life, baby. So if you're not already, we want to promote Techlahoma Slack where all the conversation from this conference is happening. So if you want to participate, you have questions to ask our speakers, join the conversation with us. So go to slack.techlahoma.org. You can invite yourself. You'll jump onto the Techlahoma team and then jump into the UXOK channel and you're there and you can see what's going on there. If you have Amazon Prime, you can actually sponsor our Twitch channel. So we're streaming this both on YouTube and on Twitch right now. So for the people watching Twitch, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can actually subscribe to our one channel a month. And so subscribe to us if you haven't already. If you need help on how to do that, go to bit.ly/help Twitch Prime, and that will give you direction specific on how to add us. If you haven't already got your supporter ticket yet and you still want to get a t-shirt, totally get this merch pack. Still available. It's going to be available through the end of the conference. So jump in and snag that now. This does not include lunch anymore. We had that cut off, but MBD, still a legit shirt and a sweet mask. And then if you did get your DoorDash ticket, it should be in your boxes now, in your inboxes now. So go ahead and order it so that way lunch shows up in an hour. All right, man, we're just walking to this conference, aren't we? So our next speaker, I'm so excited. When we were first looking at submissions, this was my top voted one. This was one I felt like had such a good place in where we are. Hossein Raspberry works as a researcher at UX Studio and has in-depth experience working with a variety of clients in complex research challenges. Combining his master's in human-computer interaction and his BA in psychology, Hossein spends most of his time examining human needs and behaviors to create meaningful, effortless services. He is also a passionate advocate for the role of inclusive design as a critical business function. Preach it. When not working or writing, Hossein is swimming, cooking, and occasionally volunteering. He currently lives in Budapest, Hungary. His talk today, here's the description. With the pandemic, not only digital products are adopted by different age groups, but also the usage behavior has just drastically changed. Now we're in this unique place where where all companies have to catch up. As an industry, we have an obligation to our users to make this speedy pace of change the new normal. I'm so excited to announce him. We're going to switch over real quick. Everybody give it up for Hossein. Blow him up in the thread. Sorry, again, we're going to do Q&A after that, so we'll set a thread up and do a little bit of a moderated discussion afterwards. So, everybody give it up.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Hossein. I work as a researcher at UX Studio in Budapest, Hungary. I don't know if you heard about us, but we are basically an agency working with many companies in different industries. And I'm originally from Iran, so this accent is a Persian accent. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the urgency of designing for this new and remote reality that pandemic has brought to us. So if I would be on a stage, I would ask you to raise your hand and tell me who actually thought that suddenly our living situation would change so much, the way we work, the way we socialize, and the way we attend conferences just because of a pandemic in a very short amount of time. In this past 1 year, you have probably also thought to yourself about the nature of this pandemic and how it is causing radical reformations to many fields, especially to businesses, economies, and even the usage behavior. So you might know that the way we live now is quite different than before. And for just some statistics in US, the patients were visiting their doctors virtually. Before pandemic, that was 11% of the time. And now after the pandemic, the virtual visits have skyrocketed to 46%. Besides healthcare, a lot of socialization is happening online now, with governments and media telling seniors that they have to stay home and they are the most vulnerable group. They have started to take this serious, practice social distancing, and instead trying video calls to stay connected with their families during the lockdown. And this is a pleasant first-time experience for many of them. Some elderly people consider using other technologies besides online video call apps because they obviously would like to live a better quality of life during these times. They use apps and websites for socializing, paying bills, ordering groceries online just like us, and also for entertainment. And if you check the statistics in different countries, you would see also the subscriptions for HBO Go, Netflix, and other streaming platforms have gone really high, and part of it are actually elderly people, and that's a great news. But obviously, for some of them, this is a first-time experience, and mastering new technology is often complicated because most products have only considered designing with younger age groups in mind. And the impact of this is especially seen today. Just 1 year ago, we did not expect that elderly people would adopt technology this fast. Even Don Norman, who actually coined the term user experience and now is 84 years old, says, "What I see today horrifies me. The world is designed against the elderly." It's quite tragic to see the man or the person who actually, we refer to him as the father of UX, the person who had UX in his job title in the world. He was the first person back in the 90s joining Apple, and now 30 years later, he's disappointed with the design direction, and he is criticizing the trends and accessibility. I'm going to get to that in a few minutes. But the point is that most products have been designed with the target groups in mind, and sometimes the age of the target audience is influencing the design throughout the whole process. And these radical shifts in how we live at the moment raise a very critical question for designers and people who work in the field of UX. How do we adapt so rapidly when usage behavior, the age of the target audience, and expectations are changing so much and so fast due to the pandemic? Before pandemic, and unfortunately still now, we can see by looking at some digital products that the general belief is that senior users are too old to adopt technology, but indeed, the real problem is something else. The real problem is that technology is not designed by considering their experiences in mind. And unfortunately, bad design is ruling out whole sections of the population from the benefits of technology at this point when we need them the most. And looking at this from an accessibility point of view, I sometimes think to myself about a quote that says, if UX doesn't consider all users, shouldn't it be known as some user experience? Unfortunately, some digital products fail to take into account the changing needs that pandemic has brought. And this is not just about designing for elderly people. This is affecting all of us. Inaccessible design is irritating users of all ages. A few days ago, I was reading a research by Nielsen Norman Group, and they actually figured out that small text is causing problems even among teenagers. And you can imagine that the design choices that are irritating younger users, how substantial barriers they could create for someone who has low vision or who is suffering from some memory issues or someone who is actually getting older. And as much as I love elderly people, they will have anxiety with technology, but if it works, they will be ecstatic. The number of active, healthy older adults is increasing all around the world, and especially in US. And they are not a niche market, but businesses could perhaps take note that they are good customers. They often have more free time and more discretionary income than younger people. But despite their increasing numbers, as we can see, the world seems to be designed against them. In the last 20 years, companies were leading the way with new technologies and products, with iPhones and new gadgets and new apps and devices. And they were introduced to all of us for the very first time. But suddenly now, with the pandemic, we as consumers and economies all around the world have changed much faster than businesses. We are in this very unique place where basically companies have to catch up. And this dramatic shift has certain implications. And that's why we as designers, UX practitioners, will need to consider the changing needs. In the human-centered design process, the idea is to build things that are advanced, but also readily adaptable. This past year, for meetings and entertainment purposes, depending on where you are, we were all escaping to different apps like WhatsApp, Zoom, and to media like Netflix and Instagram. However, some products might not have adapted themselves to be inclusive of the new user groups in this past 1 year. You have probably seen this project. It transports us to, let's say, technological romanticism by transforming some known brands of the digital universe into a retro physical experience. And this project went viral over the internet in 2020 because of the retro look of these very famous apps. And I have been thinking, in fact, these products might not be less complicated than their equivalent products back in the 1980s. In fact, sometimes they could be even more complicated than their older versions. And the problem is that when things that used to be kept separate crash into each other, it becomes much more difficult to predict what is going to happen next. This pandemic is like a reminder that today's devices have this issue. They lack discoverability. There is no way to discover what operations are possible just by looking at the screen. You swipe left or right, up or down with one finger, 2, or even as many as 5. Do you swipe or tap? And if you tap, is it a single tap or double tap? Is that text on the screen really text? Or is it a critically important button disguised as text? So often the user has to try touching everything on the screen just to find out what are actually touchable objects. An example of an app that has become part of my household, and probably many of you as well, is Zoom. It's a great app. I have been able to reliably stay in touch with so many people and even throw surprise birthday parties. Having said that, its UX needs to be probably rethought. The interface is littered with confusing and repetitive buttons. For context, here is what Zoom looks like, and this is the screen you see when you are joining a call. If someone is on a video call, it will show them in the background, and I usually stumble around with multiple windows before pressing that big blue button. This is one of the areas where a simple design could definitely improve things. And the actual call screen has so many buttons, I start to lose track of things, even though I have been using this app for over 2 years. And the main ones the user cares about are invite, share screen, and chat. Everything else could be probably accessible in a menu bar. The chat sidebar is another panel that is overloaded with elements, making it really confusing to find things during a call. So you can imagine how mad I and my grandma get every time we have Zoom calls. The UX of a video calling platform is primarily consisting of one main task, and that's talking to other people. There are surrounding tasks in the user journey, like launching the app, starting a call, inviting others, recording a call, ending the call, and so many others. But over 90% of the time on an average call is spent simply looking at the other person or the screen and having a conversation. So in this instance, a successful video call is what would count for a good UX. Of course, Zoom and many of today's products are much more beautiful and fun than before. But as we all know, good design is not just about that. It should also be wonderful to use them. And this wonderfulness of use requires the very basic psychological principles that give rise to the feeling of the control, of understanding, and pleasure. And these are not far from the basic principles of interaction design, like discoverability, feedback, and of course, appropriate use of constraints. And probably now more than ever, it's time to take these principles of interaction design more seriously. This pandemic is like a reminder, and thanks to that, many of our assumptions have been proven to be wrong. Two of our assumptions were about elderly people. One I already talked about, and that was about the fact that we used to think that older people will never adopt technology in their lifetimes. But we know from telehealth and the usage behavior of elderly people during the pandemic that seniors whom we swore would never adopt telehealth or technology, they have embraced it and all of its benefits in a very short amount of time. The second wrong assumption was that, and still is, that products for older generations have to be just functional. As a result of that, unfortunately, we have designed most digital and even physical products that do not offer aesthetics. When products are developed for elderly people, they tend to be ugly or give a signal of fragility, and this is especially seen in physical products. As a result, people who need walkers or canes, they often resist. Once upon a time, a cane was stylish. Today, it is mostly seen as a medical device. And I wonder, why can't we have walkers and canes for everyday use to help us in our everyday life to carry the packages, to provide a way to sit when we are tired, and yes, to maintain our balance? We have to make products that are items of pride and stylish enough that everyone will want to use them, without any discrimination of who is actually going to adopt this product. So by updating these assumptions and taking inclusive design more seriously than before, we can then start creating products that benefit people without discrimination. And we all have to know there is no reason to think that inclusive design has to come at the cost of aesthetics. Speaking of some not very good examples, here is an example of a product that does a very good job of inclusion because they have tested it with a variety of users, those who are living in places with poor internet connection and people with different abilities. And these are just very basics. Other video call apps have taken these also into consideration. But what I noticed by using Google Duo and other video call apps, I realized that there is a feature that actually works better on Google Duo depending on your skin color, and that's the low light mode. And when I realized that, I checked to see that did they actually tested this feature with people of different colors? Did they take into consideration the skin tone? And yeah, they actually wrote a blog about this, that they even took into consideration the skin tone in different environments, so that this feature of low light mode is now working out very fine for everyone. So race, age, ability, geographic location, and some others are just some dimensions of diversity that we can consider when developing a product. And in the context of product design and inclusive design approach, it is not suggesting that a product can meet the needs of the entire population, but what it is suggesting is that we need to set our default mode to thinking beyond our assumptions about our target audience. But unfortunately, even though inclusivity and inclusive design in general has become the biggest buzzword inside corporations, bad design still exists. And my concern would be that if we have already exhausted the word before the pandemic, and now that we need to talk about it and practice it more than ever, we have inclusivity burnout. In the last few years, brands promoting inclusivity through marketing campaigns have become the norm. It no longer feels revolutionary for a company to take this approach. But we, as UX practitioners and designers, can help change this. And no matter if you are a seasoned designer or just starting out to enter the field of UX, here are a few things that I would like to remind you to pay more attention to when designing digital experiences. The first one is to test. Test as many times as possible. By testing, I don't mean usability testing. For this, you don't have to be a researcher, and you don't actually need any budget or resources. You can still make refinements to your app or website by using some free tools. There are web extensions out there that you can use to get a report on your site. For example, for Google Chrome, there is Lighthouse. Last time I checked, it had 30 accessibility tests. For other browsers, you can find plugins and tools, and how these tools work is like they run a test automatically, and if there is a failure, they direct you to a document with suggestions for fixing the issue. So it's super easy to use these tools. And for mobile as well, there are plenty of free tools. For example, Accessibility Scanner app, which is available on both iOS and Android. Obviously, tools can't catch everything. So if you have a little bit of time, it's smart to watch actual people using your app or site. Another thing to pay attention to is vision. So from the age of about 50, the lens of the eye begins to harden. You know, this is a normal part of aging that makes it quite difficult to read text that's small and close. Color vision also declines, and we become slightly worse at distinguishing between colors. So here's what we can do. For vision, this goes without saying that there are definitely issues with small, tiny text on websites and apps for seniors and for teenagers as well. So the general rule of thumb is to keep your text not smaller than 16. You can definitely design gorgeous interfaces at this size. For color, as we age, the roads and cones in our eyes can misaligned, so color blindness becomes a very real thing. Make sure you use plenty of contrast in your interactive elements, and there is a free tool called WebAIM that you can use to check the contrast and making sure that you are meeting the proper ratio. For accuracy, it's interesting. If we combine some barriers like dexterity issues and slight vision impairment, we quickly realize that tiny little buttons that look really cool on iOS are a nightmare for someone older. So we should make sure that target areas for the actions in our design are big enough to be missed just a little, but still take the user to the place they want to go. We should also design with clear affordance. For those of you who might not know, affordances are indicators of what can be done on a digital interface. For example, a button indicates that something is clickable. So if you want to support your users, then we should all make sure that these interactive elements look interactive. It sounds very obvious, I know, but unfortunately, it's violated in mainstream apps. And because of a trend, we should try to actually avoid these trends, like going too flat with buttons and elements. They look very good, but if users don't know what they do, then they are not very useful. So designing with affordances is going to help a lot of users, not just necessarily elderly people, but also people who have ADHD, people who are distracted, those who are multitasking and using your product, and users who are just in a rush. For clarity, as Steve Crook says, don't make me think. So this is especially true for seniors, not because they don't understand something, but rather if something isn't clear, like a result of an action, they won't tap or click into it like younger people. Exploration isn't something they care to waste their time on your app or website, so they need to know what will happen after an action is taken, or they will ditch the product. During a user testing session, I was sitting with a 60-year-old as she was signing up for an account. She was asked to complete a series of security questions. She read the first question out loud. What was the model of your first car? She looked at me and she started laughing, saying, I have no idea what car did I have in 1968. What a stupid question. So you see what happened here. Probably it's natural for a 30-year-old programmer to assume this question has some meaning for everyone, but it probably contains this implicit assumption about which life stage the user is at. And back to the rule of don't make me think comes don't make me remember. If someone has to memorize how to perform an action, they probably won't remember it. They won't remember it. For seniors, this is even more true. So clearly labeling actions in your UI will definitely guide your users, even if they are using your product daily. And yeah, these are just some principles that you probably are using them and have heard about them, but anyone who works on a product has probably heard from stakeholders some justifications to avoid inclusive design or interaction design in general by saying, like, I have heard, oh, our product is made for big businesses. Disabled people or seniors don't tend to work at those kind of places. I've also heard a lot for smaller products saying that we have a small user base and none of them are elderly people. From B2B businesses, I have heard sayings like, this is only an internal product. Why should it be usable for everyone? And when you combine these perceptions, you start to wonder, where do elderly people work? If not at big businesses and not in small groups, then where? And if the answer is nowhere, then it's worth considering why it is so difficult to find job or design for people that stakeholders think they don't even exist. Another misconception about designing for elderly people and accessibility in general is that people saying that, oh, it's gonna make the product look boring. I have also heard people saying like, oh, this product is used by mostly people from 20 to 45, and if we are going to design it for someone older, it's not gonna be as engaging. But it doesn't have to be that way. Accessibility doesn't mean removing all your graphics and colors. Great examples of beautiful websites that are fully accessible are out there. For example, apple.com or the White House. And speaking of accessibility and the misconceptions around this topic, I would like to leave you with the following idea from Kat Holmes, who actually worked as a principal design lead at Microsoft, Google, and at the moment she's working at Salesforce. In her book, Mismatch, she suggests that we can perhaps do a better job by rethinking inaccessibility as a mismatch. And she uses a definition by World Health Organization for disabled people in 2001, which is actually stating that a mismatch interaction between the features of a person's body and the feature of the product. And when you look at it this way, this definition is brilliant. We all experience mismatches in different ways. We encounter them on a daily basis. Obviously, there are people who experience higher degrees of encountering mismatches, but it's all there for all of us. Here's an example of a mismatch. This is a snapshot of a public toilet, obviously, with a sensor on the back. And there is a nice, helpful sign, which is a good indicator of poor design. It says, wave your hand over the sensor to activate. Now, when you think about it, who is actually experiencing a mismatch in interacting with this design? Maybe somebody who has low vision, maybe somebody who doesn't have a hand to wave, and maybe somebody who doesn't read English. And so when you start to think about it, you start to question, who is this really designed for? How many people are left out? And if we think about these issues as mismatches rather than labeling users for special accessibility needs, what happens is that it squarely puts the pressure on us as designers and researchers and engineers and the teams around us to stop and think and recognize that every choice that we are making with the design and the solutions was maybe increasing those mismatches between someone's ability and a feature or a product. I think as an industry, we have an obligation to decrease the mismatches. Inaccessible design has always been a problem. It's not a new thing, but the pandemic is like a reminder to show us that, look, the adoption of digital products by different generations shows that we have to redesign our products beyond our assumptions about our target audience. By embracing inclusive design, we can then understand it is not about meeting everyone's needs, but it is about embracing everyone on equal terms. That was it for me. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, please stay in touch and enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, so we're going to get started with the questions in just a second. If you have any, ask them in the thread on UXOK. All right, here we go. Hussein, that was fantastic. As I was, it went as I expected. That was fantastic. That's a great talk. You highlighted the same inclusive design I was talking about. I think when Tracy talked, and that was like seeing that chart just changed UX for me. That's like one of the things that brought me in. So I look, anytime I see it, I'm always pumped about it. Just such a important thing. Okay, so we've got questions. Let's just dive right in. Okay. How can we use design patterns to build user confidence with elderly users who may have anxiety about using new tech?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part? I didn't.
Apologies. Okay. How can we use design patterns to build confidence with elderly users who may have anxiety about using new tech?
That's a very good question. I have actually been thinking a lot about this. Just two things I want to actually make clear is that, first of all, I'm not a designer, I'm a researcher. And second of all, speaking of inclusive design, we are not trying to design for everyone. It is different from universal design. So obviously, it happens a lot of times that we cannot actually include users that have specific needs. And a good example of what inclusive design actually is, my favorite example is a typewriter. And that solution is not solving everyone's problems, but specific people. For example, I don't know if you know about it, back in 18th century, typewriter was invented because for blind people, it was difficult to communicate or send letters. So if you wanted to send a letter to someone else, you had to verbally communicate it to someone who would type it, who would write it for you and send it. And this wasn't so good for confidential information or if you wanted to have a private talk. So then typewriter was invented, and now we have it all over the place on keyboards, on our mobiles. All of it was inspired by that. And that solution is solving the problem for blind people at the first, and then for many others, but it is still leaving out some people, for example, people who don't have hands, or people who have difficulties with using a typewriter. So it is not about solving everyone's problems with one product. So when it comes to designing products for people who might have anxiety with technology, I think here the problem is not designing the product itself, but rather the issues that that person is dealing with. So I would say it's actually quite difficult to design something specific that works out for someone who is anxious with dealing with technology and is still living it as engaging as it should be for someone who is not. Because obviously here you have to leave out a lot of design elements that could make it complicated for someone with anxiety. I have a grandfather who actually inspired me for this type, who does have anxiety with dealing with technology. He has never used telephone. He hasn't used any technology at all. And with the pandemic, he started to catch up and started using, he got a smartphone and started using WhatsApp. And it took him about 6 months to catch up and understand how these applications actually work. So I would say designing for people who do have anxiety with technology or those who haven't adopted technology before is actually quite difficult. And here the question and the problem is more on the user itself, who gets plenty of time to get used to it rather than the product. And yeah, it's not always possible to design something for everyone.
Thank you. So this is definitely plays more into like your research role. How can researchers advocate for accessibility through insights?
That's a great question. This is a very big challenge. Working at an agency and different clients, I have to confess that it's really difficult, and it's not always possible to actually advocate for accessibility and trying to get designers and stakeholders all on the same page, depending on the project and how long that is. So what researchers could actually do is like starting out with their research plan in the very beginning, discussing it with the client, or if you are working in-house, discussing it with the stakeholders that you are going to consider older age groups in your test. Obviously, many products do not have those people in their target audience, but it's still worth considering testing with those people, because the thing is that when you test with those people who are out of your target audience and who are probably older than the age target audience that you are targeting, is what happens is that if something works out for them, most probably it can work out for younger people as well. Here, I don't mean trying to make your product look boring, not at all. What I mean is that trying to test it and see if it's working out for older people, because usually they are seeing things from, as a first-time user, as a first-time person who is using technology, they usually give more insights than younger people. And you can definitely use those insights from testing with older people and feed it to the stakeholders and designers. Obviously, as I said, it's not a very easy thing. It doesn't work out every time. And it's still a challenge for myself as well. And I'm trying to learn and figure out how I can do that. But I think the one way that comes to my mind is always trying to set it clear that, yeah, we are going to include older people for the test.
No, that's awesome. Thinking this is a little bit of a direction shift. So Google Translate or translation has assisted lots of companies translating their content. That's sometimes and more often than not the best option. Have you seen any trends in regards to how to handle multiple languages from a design standpoint?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Okay, let me ask. What studies or research do you have that could be shared regarding the return on investment for inclusive and accessible design? The thought is that most companies don't realize that they're leaving money on the table. Okay, so what studies do I have available? At the moment, nothing comes to my mind, but I have had some internal projects and clients that I have tried out the approach that I told you about, testing with older people, even though
they were not in the target audience at all. And later on, they could see that it's actually, later on, like after 6 months of launching their product, they could see that they could actually bring in older people, because the country that they were actually having that product was, with the lockdown, the usage of the product was increasing. And for that particular research for myself, that I haven't had the time to write a case study about it, worked. But yeah, from top of my mind, I don't have any specific research that is, or any case studies that is about this particular topic of inclusive design and ROI.
Gotcha. Okay, I think this might be the last one. Okay, when working with cross-disciplinary teams, like with devs and testers and project managers, what would you recommend so that all the teams can account for all of these different factors? So color, font size, clarity, memory, like all the different like aspects of it.
Yeah, this is actually more responsibility of the designer on the team. I think they have a lot more to say when it comes to choosing the font size and the colors. So how I usually do it is trying to first convince the designers and letting them know that taking into consideration all the accessibility needs is going to make the product look good and have more users at the end. So what I would suggest is usually actually trying to show some examples of products that do work out very well for older people as well as younger people. There are lots of examples out there. The two websites that come to my mind are actually the White House, which is making it super clear. Like as soon as you land on the website, you can see that the website is having all the accessibility elements. It looks great. And what I always try to do is just trying to show some examples that we can follow all these principles. It's going to work out. And obviously, usually it's not always that easy to persuade others. And that's why I'm saying usually it's the responsibility of the designer in the team as well to advocate with the UX researcher and showing different elements and showing the design in two different versions and just comparing and showing that it actually does work out with accessibility elements on it.
No, thank you. I know some of these are a little bit more design oriented questions. This one, I think, kind of fits the bill a little better. What are some practices that we can engage in to become more aware of differing abilities? So just to know what's out there and kind of think about that kind of stuff.
Well, it depends if you are asking with regard to methodologies or what exactly do you mean, but I would take into consideration that in terms of practices, what I try to do personally, of course, as I said, I work in an agency, so I get to work with different clients, and sometimes it's very short amount of time. So the easiest way for me, the easiest methodology that I can try out to prove the ROI and the benefits of accessibility is like just simply going out with testing with people that are not in the target audience of that product. And the cheapest and the easiest solution is actually going with usability testing if you are a researcher. And yeah, that would be the easiest option actually to just prove how accessibility can help out. And yeah.
Okay, man, I think that's it. Thank you so much for talking to us today. We really appreciate your time. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you?
Yeah, I'm Hossein Raspberry on LinkedIn, on Medium, on Twitter, so you can find me under the same name. I'm going to post the slides and also links in the Slack channel.
Excellent. Well, again, man, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Shout them out in the thread. So we are going to switch slides real quick. I'll be right back. So just hold on for one moment. Hossein, that was so good. Thank you so much for speaking to us today, all the way from Hungary. We really appreciate it. Everyone, if you have any more questions, be sure to hit him up on Slack. I saw that he's actually active in there, so we have him. That's awesome. So before we break for lunch, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we have. Our keynote speaker at 1:30. We have Kevin Liang coming, and he is a UX research consultant over 10 years. He's been involved in everything from Google, Uber, Volkswagen, StubHub, and other startups. But the thing where I know him from is that he founded the YouTube channel Zero to UX. We're so excited to have him come, so be sure to come back at 1:30. Before we break for lunch, we do want to highlight our sponsor for today. They've done one of our premier sponsor today for lunch, Gen Studios. Gen Studios is a plug-and-play development company with 25 years of collective experience. They act as temporary dev team. They can work with existing ones to create the products you want. They specialize in microservice architecture, and they can design your client application in all modern frameworks. But that's me doing their pitch. How about we hear from them? So we have Fletch. Take it away.
Hey everyone, yeah, I'm Stephen Fletcher and I work for Gen Studios. Our predecessor company, and sort of we rolled into Gen Studios. We started in 2007, and I just want to thank everyone here who's watching on YouTube and Twitch, and anyone watching this later because it's recorded. I know it's a virtual lunch, so I'm not really holding people up for lunch necessarily. I know usually this slot would be holding people up, but hopefully I'm not holding anyone up too much. So yeah, like Max said, Gen Studios does sort of the whole gambit of technology. But we sort of focus on microservices. We focus right there in the middle, not as far back necessarily as infrastructure and database, not as far forward as design. We touch on those, but we sort of focus in more in the middle area there. And we've been doing this for a long time. So the main thing that I want to tell you about Gen Studios is that we're a consulting firm. So people coming on to Gen Studios are also consulting for Gen Studios. We don't have any W-2 employees or anything like that. But one of our goals, apart from bringing companies and the world into the future of like microservices and small architectures and away from monoliths, apart from that sort of idea, our goal is really consulting. We want responsible consultants in all the industries, in all tech industries in the world, including UX. So UX is really far over on the periphery of our scope. We do a little bit of UX, but a lot of times we'll want to consult with some UX people. So if we have a client and they're doing this whole application, we're doing sort of the whole scope, but the UX is just a little bit off for us. We'll be coming to you guys, anyone watching this, and saying, hey, we already know you. You've come to these talks. You've been active in the community. You have maybe on certain forums where you're communicating with the world, and you're sort of a leader because you learn and you teach, and you're sort of in this group of things. And we'll come to you guys and say, hey, we need somebody to consult through us on this little project. And the reason why I say responsible consulting is because I know a lot of people can come straight out of school and they can know a lot and they can have a lot of enthusiasm and they can even start getting interested in these communities. But it's really those people who are teaching and those people who are sort of the top of the game, and they're open to communicating with people. Because I know you can be a consultant right out of high school, right out of college. But the idea is Gen Studios wants to promote the whole world sort of coming out of their shell, the professionals, instead of sort of staying inside of these W-2 jobs, the professionals moving on to let's spread our experience, let's be a team, and let's sort of move the whole world forward together and not sort of stay in this stagnant position of W-2 jobs. Sounds a little bit harsh, but that's sort of the mindset of Gen Studios. The W-2 jobs are important for certain aspects, but the idea is if you think that you're at a company and you're going to be there a long time, you're going to be doing less to make the code reusable for long term. In a consultant's mindset, I'm leaving here in a month or in a year or whatever the case is, and I'm going to make sure that the code is well documented. I'm a responsible consultant. When I leave, they should have no more questions. I've set them up. I've made sure they're steady. And that's where we stand. And that's why we're supporting UXOK and other Techlahoma and other events outside of Techlahoma even, because we want to improve you guys, improve the people watching this, and make you come up to that level so that then we can use you and we can say, hey, come check out some work we've got for you. And then we can all use each other. We can all be part of a community where we help each other and we move the world forward. So that's sort of the consultant mindset that Gen Studios tries to have, where we're always trying to innovate and we're always trying to be the trying to make sure that the client is future-proof, trying to make sure that they have all of the best technologies. We're not just doing stuff so we can keep a job, or we're not doing stuff and being obedient so that we don't lose our job. We know we're going to lose our job. That's sort of the goal of being a consultant. So that's where we stand. Feel free to ping me in the Techlahoma Slack, and continue coming to Techlahoma Talks and join all the channels, be part of the community, and hopefully we can all move the world forward together.
Fletch, thank you so much. Again, we appreciate y'all's help with this event. All right, everyone, that's it for right now. We're going to break for 90 minutes, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, welcome back to UXOK. We're so excited to get started on the second half of the conference. The first three speakers were phenomenal. If you missed them, we're going to have the recordings up after we're done, so you didn't miss anything, you just missed it live. But if you're here now, we're pumped you're here. So let's run through some quick announcements and jump on to our next speaker. So if you haven't yet already upped your ticket to the level to get some support swag, go ahead and do that. You can get a t-shirt, an awesome mask, and some stickers. Do that by going to UXOK.org and updating your ticket price to being over $30. If you haven't joined Slack to jump in on the conversations, do that now. If you go to slack.techlahoma.org, you can send an invite to yourself and jump into the UXOK channel. That's where all the conversations happening, including Q&A with the speakers and any other fun info. So check that out if you're not already there. Wanted to give some shout outs to some of our sponsors today, specifically Business Labs. They are one of our local sponsors. Business Labs helps businesses and engineers plan and complete custom software development projects, whether it's mobile web, AR, VR, BI dashboards, data viz, games, interactive installations, or brand new approaches. Their expertise in leading projects and engineering solutions will help you succeed. So check out Business Labs for any of those things. All right, so we have the first of three speakers for this afternoon ready to go. It is Mr. Kevin Liang. He is a UX researcher and consultant with over 10 years of behavioral research experience, from academic research at UC Berkeley and Stanford to the UX industry at various Fortune 500 companies like Google, Uber, Volkswagen, StubHub, and more. He's received patents for his research, launched over 60 different products and features, and adapted research methods and processes in creative ways, all while doing all of this by mentoring and inspiring junior researchers to find their dream job on his YouTube channel, Zero to UX. He's from the Bay Area, California, and as a self-proclaimed space nerd. His claim to fame that he predicted Pluto's demotion as a planet when he was only 8 years old. Everyone blow it up in the chat. So excited to have Kevin. Here we go.
All right. Hey, everybody, and thank you, Max, for that introduction. I'm Kevin Liang, and I'm so excited to be here. I learned a lot from the speakers this morning, and I'm excited to learn more from the speakers later this afternoon. But hello, I'm calling in from sunny California, and I would love to talk to you about escaping something I call the research death spiral. How tactical UX research will not spark innovation. So let me start off by telling you a story. 6 years ago, a San Francisco-based startup had raised $120 million in venture capital. The product was a Wi-Fi enabled, voice-controlled, sleek, sexy-looking product. But 4 years later, it failed. That company was called Juicero. They had built a Wi-Fi enabled, voice controlled, sleek, sexy looking, polished turd. Sorry, but for $700, the machine helps you squeeze juice packets. And not just any juice packets, Juicero juice packets. You couldn't use any other ones. And each of those costs an additional $5 to $7 just to squeeze a few more bucks out of you. No pun intended. But wait, there's more. You have to be connected to Wi-Fi for it to work. So if you can't connect to Wi-Fi, you couldn't squeeze your juice. It didn't take long for people to realize that you could just squeeze those packets by hand. No expensive juice machine needed indeed. Why do I tell you the story of Juicero? Well, hey, it's a sleek looking product. It looks pretty easy to use. They must have done a lot of tactical testing and evaluation to make it run super smoothly. I mean, it's just one button, but that's just it. Doing research to improve its ease of use is only one part of the whole. As Felix Lee said this earlier, good UX or good usability does not necessarily translate to value. The team must have forgotten to ask whether it's solving a real problem. I mean, just imagine the user story the product must have had. You don't have to imagine too hard because I wrote one for you as an example. As a juice drinker, I want to purchase a Wi-Fi voice-activated juice machine that can press juice packets so that I don't have to press my own juice packets. All right, Kevin, stop hating on Juicero. We get it. The lesson here is that you can do tons and tons of tactical research on the product. Make it as easy to use as possible, but completely miss the mark. And you're going to encounter a lot of blind spots to your users' evolving needs. And you end up with a polished turd. This is Google Maps. I'm sure most of you have heard of this app. It's an app where you can enter a destination and it'll show you how to get there and give you an estimate of how long it will take you to get there. Now, if you look at this image, old estimates might give you a window of accuracy. You invest a little bit more money into technology, you do a little bit more research, and you'll get some higher precision. Now, if the team kept asking, how can we make it more precise? They would end up with something like this. You will arrive in 8 minutes, 17 seconds, 59 milliseconds. And if they kept asking the same questions, they would get to the nanoseconds. But does that mean this extra invested research and time to get this level of incremental gain translates to value? The answer is no, at least not for your average user. You might need this pinpoint level of precision if you're going to measure your trajectory to Mars, but for your average user, it's really not worth your time. And that's the point. We need to know when to ask the right questions and when to move on so that we aren't hit by blind spots. Tactical research is like spearfishing in a small pond. You can capture the big fish early or easily, and if you keep focusing on the small pond, you won't have much to fish later. You've forgotten that there's a whole ocean of fish as well. So all this time I've been talking about something called tactical research, but what is it? You know, the two examples I just showed are a real example and a hypothetical example of continuous tactical research. So I like to define this term. But first I want to zoom out. Let's take a step back at all the different types of research there are. I'm sure you've maybe encountered some of these terms: generative research, foundational, tactical, summative, evaluative. I'm losing my breath. But these are the ones that I've heard of, so far at least. And it can be confusing, so I'll try to break it down and simplify everything for you. I've bucketed this type of research into two main categories. See, some card sorting activity here. The first is strategic research, which is similar to foundational, generative, exploratory, discovery, very similar type of research. And on the other hand, we have tactical research, where it's the same, it's similar to evaluative, which consists of formative and summative evaluations. Are you confused yet? Good. So strategic research looks at the big picture, long-term, explorative, adaptive goals. And usually this type of research includes building an understanding of something, something you don't know, like your user behaviors, their sentiment, market opportunities, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. So examples of this kind of research could include wanting to know who your users are, so what they do, their motivations, etc. And on the other hand, tactical research focuses on the implementation of specific design recommendations that all serve to achieve the overall product or business strategy. And examples of this type of research could include usability tests, A/B tests, designing prototypes, and the whole purpose is to improve the processes or workflows. Now, I've defined tactical research. Now, why it will not spark innovation, and I've called this the research death spiral. This is the product death cycle, coined by David Bland, the author of Testing Business Ideas, a book I highly recommend as well. You start with the product, and maybe no one uses it. You start asking customers, what is missing? What do you want? They tell you, you build the missing features, inevitably they're not using it, and then you do the same thing over again. And asking people what they want, that's not true user research. And that's the product death cycle. But what goes into product is research. So I like to coin this term, the tactical research death spiral. It's a mouthful, but a lot of organizations focus solely on evaluative testing after building something. So you might have built something, you conduct usability tests or tactical research, you fix those issues, and then you continuously ask the same question. You build more features with the improved usability, and then you do the test again. And teams might end up A/B testing their way to hell because A/B tests are easy to run. Expensive sometimes, but easy. However, without a prior foundation to inform the A/B test hypotheses, we would be running those A/B tests blindly. The research teams are then tasked to do tactical research to fix something. Fix this, fix that after it's been built. And by that time, it's kind of too late. We can improve the product, but this won't lead to innovation. We test what we know. And we can make incremental improvements to usability. Can you fix this, fix that? It's a means of putting a Band-Aid on problems, and it doesn't spark innovation. It's making sure our design works well. We get wireframes, more usable designs. We need to do this type of research. Don't get me wrong, but if you're polishing a turd, it's still a turd. And everything is based on decisions we had already made based on maybe assumptions. It's kind of like playing a video game character and you decide to level up only one skill. You get so ingrained in that one skill, you forget about everything else, the entire user experience. Remember, tactical research can only answer whether something is usable. It doesn't answer whether the product is valuable. You ignore the context, the motivations, the why. Now, you can get the why behind why people aren't able to use something, but that's not the right question. Why people want it to use in the first place? Why, when do they want to use it? Who are these people who want to use it? How? These are the questions. So the opposite of reactive research is proactive. So we need to be more proactive and do more strategic research. Or definitions time again, generative foundational research to help us inform those early decisions. Doing so not only saves us time from building the wrong things and having to fix them later, but we're able to explore what could be rather than just having people tell us what they think should be. So proactive research anticipates decisions we need to make. And what does proactive research look like? Well, let me give you an example. One of my favorite stories is from the book Creative Confidence by Tom and David Kelly. This is the MRI machine at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. The room itself would be very dark with those flickering fluorescent lights like straight out of a horror movie. And for children, it was a scary experience. They would cry, they would get anxiety about not wanting to go in. And even when they got in, they wouldn't be calm enough to have good readings. So it was a scary experience. And this would lead doctors to having to repeat the scans over and over again. So this took up a lot of time and money for the hospital. And it was a bad experience for kids. Now, if the staff only gave Band-Aid solutions, they might have said, here, have some candy, or, oh, I promise it doesn't hurt, okay? Yeah, okay, well, look at that thing. It's going to eat me. It's scary. So what the researcher did was go to a design thinking workshop at Stanford University. He learned to build empathy with the patients and the parents. He observed them in the waiting room. He observed their behaviors. He talked to them. And he identified those anxieties and fears associated with this machine. And then he prototyped something called the Adventure Series. So what used to look like this now looked like this. It wasn't a fancy tech solution. It didn't cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It was simply art, but art that solved the problem, removing fears in children. It helped the hospital save a lot of time and money by not having to do those repeat scans. They didn't have to use anesthetics anymore. And it was so good that kids wanted to go back. So the researcher had done some generative research. He explored the problem at the core. And that's what proactive research might look like. However, the problem we might face in our teams is UX researchers might not be given a time to do this type of research. Why is that? Well, the most common reasons would be, research takes too long. It's a blocker. It's a bottleneck. We have deadlines every 2 weeks. There's no way we can do research. We don't have the time and we can't make the time. So who's to blame? No, nobody. That's the nature of business sometimes. And the great thing is the fact that teams are asking for any kind of research, that's great. That's progress. But I think the research death spiral is also a symptom of just not knowing what value UX research can really provide, or not knowing when to include UX research in your process. In fact, many times in non-UX mature teams or companies, people have likely never seen the benefit of any design until they could see something tangible, something they can see, feel, and measure. And tactical research gives that. It gives us the numbers. Like, you can measure it directly. It's easy to say, well, we want to improve X metric by X% next quarter. It's easy to say this. And then we do everything in our power to squeeze out that incremental 1%. And let's be honest, sometimes we end up thinking about how do we get our users to do what we want to get that 1%, rather than helping users do what they need to do and want to do. Okay. So what? All right. Now we understand what reactionary research is. We understand that death spiral and the symptoms of it, and how only doing tactical research might only give you incremental UX gains. It's needed, but it doesn't lead to innovation. And innovation is one of the sticky words in this talk title. So I'd like to break that down too. We're just doing definitions today, okay? Let's go with the theme. This is some guy. You might recognize him. He's Elon Musk. Many people mistake him for an inventor, but he's really not. He didn't invent rockets or cars or solar panels. He's really a brilliant engineer and an innovator. So innovation is not the same as invention. Innovation happens when an idea is improved upon, combined with, or used in a creative way that adds value. And if you look at this image, you wouldn't usually think to flip an umbrella upside down. You break out of that functional fixedness. It's something we call in psychology terms. You get so fixed on how it's supposed to be used, you forget that you could probably use it in creative ways. So innovation, it must solve some user need. People want it. It's desirable. It must be feasible. You actually have to be able to have the capacity or ability to build it. So you're using operational capabilities. And it also must be good for business. That's viability. And when you have all these three aspects, then you could innovate. As UXers, everyone here today, we have to balance the user's needs and business needs. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to only focus on the users, only focus on the business. What I like to remind people is that without customers, you won't have a business. So you better be focusing on your customers. Let me walk through a couple of examples of innovative companies and the difference between invention and innovation. Uber, it's a rideshare app. They didn't invent rideshare, though. They didn't invent taxis or GPS. SpaceX, another one of Mr. Musk's companies, they didn't invent rockets or propulsion systems. And TurboTax is a US-based tax filing app. And what you can do with it is take photos of your receipts and finances, and it'll automatically help you with your taxes. And it uses cameras. But they didn't invent the camera or recognition software. What they did do was innovate. They leveraged the technologies for a working business model. SpaceX looked at the main problem was stage 1, 2, 3 of the rockets that burned out the fuels. It's just space debris. It just lands on the ocean and becomes garbage. That's millions of dollars. So what they did was innovate on how do we get it back to Earth so that we can reuse it and save money. So they innovated on reusable rockets. And TurboTax, well, they kind of took all of this existing information, technologies, and creatively put it together into a unique way to do your taxes. All innovative companies. I want to show you a hyper simplified user journey map. The one in the line, the zigzag line in the red is your current user's experience. And you might do strategic generative research to understand your user experience this way. The line up here in the curvy yellow one, that's where you want to be. That's the aspirational user experience. That's where you would want your users to experience your product. Innovation happens between that gap. When you bring your current user experience up to the aspirational, the one that users actually need to perform efficiently, that's where innovation happens. To understand that gap, you do strategic research. Use methods like diary studies to understand how people behave over time. Going out and observing people in their context how they do things, why they do things, and you're going to learn things you didn't expect to learn. Now we have understood all the definitions. So if you only ever do tactical research, you'll only ever play catch up. So I'll give you I'll leave you with 5 ways to escape this tactical research death spiral when you get stuck doing tactical research only, and be more proactive in our research. I like to start off with the story. When I first joined Google as a junior researcher, I was tasked to do usability testing. I would plan a research, meet the participant, and focus on usability testing the product. And what I did in the sessions in the beginning for the first couple minutes was ask a few warm-up questions. Have you ever heard of this product? Would you ever consider purchasing it? Why or why not? Not the best questions, but they're just meant to warm up people. I had no intention of using these questions, no intention of using this data, but I began to see patterns. Patterns where I saw people didn't really care for the product. So I started thinking, why are we fixing these issues, these usability issues, if no one really cares for the product? They didn't see the value at all. Remember, good usability does not equate to value. So I went back to the team and I suggested we need to do some more strategic research, some generative research. And this simple act of asking adjacent questions and recognizing that there is a problem outside of our immediate scope is what inspired a new innovative design that sought to provide more value to users. Which brings me to that first tip. Inject generative questions into your tactical research. And a great place to do that is when you're starting your session with your participants. The introduction pre-study part is a great place to warm up your participants. It's also a great time to ask these questions. This helps us identify problems that might not be top of mind for stakeholders. Second, we can save a bit of time by conducting heuristic evaluations before testing. If we can find those blatant UX issues first, then we don't need to spend as much time doing full-on testing. Of course, it's not a replacement for actual usability testing, which is still tests with real users to find unexpected problems, because after all, we're not the users. But this can help save us some time. And why do we want to save this time? To carve out, time to do generative research. The third, another way you can employ more proactive research is establish programs to streamline those tactical requests. If we know that some research from stakeholders are coming in, if we know ahead of time that stakeholders want this usability test done, this A/B test done, we can create a cadence for evaluative research to anticipate upcoming needs. So at my previous companies, we had something called rolling studies, where we would establish every 2 or 3 weeks, there's going to be some time to do tactical research. And the whole team would know about it. So they know that there first is a cadence. They know when research is happening and they know what it's for. That let us carve out time outside of these programs to do generative research as well. Another one was Google likes doing trusted testers. You have a base of trusted participants and customers you can tap into all the time. And then another one is called around the world speed dating. Okay, how this works is you have a room full of participants at each different tables. Of course, during COVID, you might have different breakout rooms where each participant sits. And what happens is you have a team or stakeholder with their particular tactical research requests. Speak to each participant in every room. And you might spend 15 minutes each, and then you rotate rooms so that you can scale up the research instead of just trying to scale up the researcher. Okay, this is a great way not only to scale the research, but also involving your stakeholders in the research with you. Fourth, many times product roadmaps are planned out based on guesses or assumptions. Question those assumptions. If you find that you don't have ample evidence to start building anything, then you need to push for that generative research. And it doesn't have to be like, oh, we're going to completely flip the table and do generative research. Start with 10% of your time. Doesn't have to be a lot. Then 15, then 20, maybe even 30, then 50. Propose this generative research that won't curtail the current efforts, but get buy-in for trying, and pitch it as getting ahead of the curve, right? Future-proofing your product, your strategy by understanding trends and being proactive rather than reactive. We're as much problem spotters as we are problem solvers. And the point of all this is being able to explore areas that we might be blind to. And finally, we know this, involve your partners and involve them early and get involved. Ideally, of course, we'd be involved right from the get-go, right from the very beginning of projects, so that we can help steer the ship. How do you do this? Have constant one-on-one meetings with cross-functional partners, know what they're up to, know what kind of project initiatives they have, what kind of questions that they're asking, and get alignment on existing emerging project initiatives. Another way you can do this is lead and facilitate research share outs, presentations, or sprints, so that research can be the foundation for these projects, right? For these solution-based efforts, we want research at the foundation. And lastly, get stakeholders in your research sessions. Just the other day, there was a very outspoken stakeholder, very solution focused. And we had him watch a video of a participant and it completely changed the tone. So have them observe users, show videos and quotes. It's cliche, we know this, but it is powerful. Doing this amplifies your leadership as a UXer and ability to influence crucial parts of your product strategy before you ever need to react to surprises. Surprises like the research death spiral. And that's it for me. Thank you. You can find me on these socials, and a shameless plug, actually. What you just heard is actually an excerpt from something that I've been working on. I created a UX research masterclass, which you can find at 02x.com/masterclass. So thank you.
Yeah. Kevin, man, that was awesome. Let's jump right into Q&A.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, let's just jump right in, man. Okay, if you're wanting to research a topic to talk about with lots of subtopics, what method is the best?
I'm going to give the diplomatic researcher answer and say it depends. I cannot prescribe a method because I don't know what the problem is. And the best way to start is to really understand the problem space, what you want to get out of it, how long you have, like in terms of timeline. Because if you have 3 months to do something versus 3 days, that's going to impact
Random subtopics and what have you. I like that. You're like, yeah, just figure it out first. No, I dig it. Okay, awesome. What are some of the most important things to know, consider, or learn when an organization sets out to adopt and incorporate good UX research into its process?
That's a big question. What things should they learn? I think first off is to start putting down all the assumptions that people have, their fears, their goals, for example. Where are we now? I think we have to recognize where are we now in terms of how we think about research, how we incorporate research, when do we incorporate it, and who do we include, right? And when you start mapping that out, then you can see where your gaps may be in achieving this more streamlined, efficient structure of research. So once you have that, I mean, some of the important components is buy-in for research and understanding that research is not a bottleneck. It is a great investment in your time so that you can save time fixing things that you built based on assumptions. So a lot of principles of why research is important. Yeah, and that, pitching that back, I mean, there's tons of articles on like what the value of UX research is. So I won't get into that, but yeah, map out where you are.
And you touched on this some in your talk. I don't know if there's anything more to add, but just that this kind of dovetails with that, and that's any insight on how to convince execs and stakeholders to allocate time, money, resources for good research practices. I feel like, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to do it. One way I did in the past was I was working on a project, and the product manager was like, "Oh, we don't have much time to do this. We have to launch soon," and he was kind of on the fence of research. So he was like almost buy-in, but not completely. What I did was kind of look through previous research done, and I found his name on one of them. I'm like, "Huh, you did some research in the past." So in the name of consistency, one of those principles of persuasion, I'm like, "Hey, I've seen you done research in the past." So and I asked him questions like, "Okay, what value did you find from this?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, it was great value." So I'm like, well, I think what we're doing here is going to be very similar. So kind of just bringing that consistency component in. That's one way. The second way is, I know there's so many articles talking about telling people what the value of UX research is. I think it's way better to show it. If you can start doing meeting your stakeholders early, getting in those rooms, and then helping them ask the right questions, and then helping them see possible negative consequences of going certain routes, and then also talk about potential positive consequences. What if we did this? What if we could do this? And what if we didn't? So talking about those contingencies.
Oh man, no, that brings it up. I like the recall of their own stuff.
Yeah.
To put a circle around it, like even if you're showing them, hey, you remember this last project that went off the rails? If we'd had this would have saved it. If you could explain that, I mean, that saves it too. There's even showing the lack of where it was. If you can kind of just paint them that picture, that's a great answer. Okay, what are best practices or indicators to know when just enough, in air quotes, research has been done and the project can move quickly into the build phase?
Yes, so just enough research. This is one of those job interview questions. When do you know research is done? It's never really done, but teams obviously have a timeline. Teams have deadlines. So if we're talking about qualitative research, there's a concept called saturation. And when you reach saturation, that's when you know that you've kind of found what you needed to know. That if you invest more time, you're probably not going to find any more themes or like many more themes. So when you start noticing those patterns start bubbling up over and over again, it's time to move on. Like, no need to keep beating the dead cat. Oh God, I don't want to think about my cat. But yeah, no need to keep beating the dead horse or something. I don't know. Yeah, noticing patterns that happen over and over again.
Awesome. That's very fair. If you're in a situation where you are asked to do reactive research, what would you suggest to steer things straight at this point? I guess to right the ship. Furthermore, What would you suggest to get stakeholders to go with proactive UX research the next time? Yeah. Answer that how you will.
Okay. I'll start with the first part of the question. If we're asked to do reactive research. So my talk isn't to say no to reactive research. It's not to say no right away at all. It's to really understand what you're being asked of, what is the problem we're trying to solve, and sometimes we're going to have to need to do reactive research. There is a clear and present danger in our product, and we have to address it. If the question is not adding value to the business or users, then that might be time for us to think, well, don't we know enough already? So it kind of links back to this. And then propose that more strategic research. So in summary, don't say no right away. Just kind of ask, what are you trying to learn? When, how, why? And then kind of go from there. What's the second part of the question again? Sorry.
Apologies. What would you suggest to get stakeholders to go with proactive research the next time? How can you pitch to them not to do reactive?
Yeah, it's gonna really depend on the team. Sometimes it's pretty sticky. Like completely not doing reactive research sometimes isn't the right approach for some teams and stakeholders, right? We might, like my first tip, still do the reactive research if we're still in the phase of not being comfortable with it. Like still do the reactive research, but start asking those generative questions in your evaluative research. So you can start small and then build up from there, start showing the value as you go on. But sometimes, let's say we have a problem, we don't know enough, and we have solutions. If you identify this problem, if you recognize this tendency to be solution focused, then that might be a time to think, okay, what are we going to get from doing more reactive research? If it's not a lot of value for the business or users, what else might we need to do?
Yeah.
And this is a conversation for us to start thinking about more strategic foundational research.
No, that's a fantastic answer. I like this one. This is from Josh, and he asks, is it possible for stakeholders to be too involved in the research process? If yes, how do you set appropriate boundaries?
I love this question. Is it possible to be too involved? I love getting my stakeholders involved, and I've even had them moderate because maybe I didn't have time or I'm just kind of consulting them. So we might not have the luxury sometimes to just have only researchers do research. Sometimes in startups, everybody has to do a little bit of everything. So I don't think so. There may be times where they're kind of, not doing research correctly. And that's a different problem, right? So being involved in the process of like thinking, who do you want to talk to? What kind of method? How are we going to show this? Maybe even talk to users directly, involving them in analysis, having them look directly at data. This is all great because one of my philosophies is by the time I finish research, nothing should be a surprise, right? But when they're kind of driving research, but doing it kind of suboptimally, that's when we got to step in and help consult.
Yeah. Kevin, I apologize for cut. I think that might be the time for the last question.
Yeah.
One more, just the final one I've been asking. Again, what's the best way for everyone to find you?
The best way to find me, I have the last slide where you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Slack, LinkedIn.
All the places.
Yeah, all the places. Search for 0 to UX, and you'll find me there.
And we'll drop that in, and we'll have your slide deck and stuff. Kevin, thanks again for your time, man. This was a fantastic talk. We're so thankful to have you.
Thank you, Max. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. We're going to roll directly into the next talk, so we're going to be right back. And we're back. Thank you, Kevin, for that. That was an awesome talk. Sorry about the timetables. I was thinking we were still ending on at the 15 of every hour, and we're now going to the 30. So I didn't mean to rush you off stage. If you have any more questions, add them in Slack. You can respond to them. We'll get to that. So excited for our next speaker. Let's walk through some quick announcements first. Again, going to plug this every break. If you haven't got your UX gear pre-ordered, do that now. Go to UXOK and up your donation. You can get this sweet shirt, a mask, and some stickers. I'd like to highlight some of the meetup groups. For everybody who's here today, we have meetup groups for you to go on in perpetuity and check stuff out. So if you like this event, you can have this stuff monthly from Tulsa UX and OKC Design and Tech. If you're in Slack with them, you can just go to they have their own specific channels that'll tell you when their events are coming. And I think they're both like 80+ members, so they're pretty active. So definitely check those out if you like what you're seeing today, and you can get more of that on a monthly basis. Speaking of supporting Techlahoma, if you use Amazon at all, we recommend using Amazon Smile. They donate a small percentage of every purchase to the nonprofit of your choice, and you can make that Techlahoma. If you're looking for directions on how to do that, go to bit.ly/Techlahoma Smile for more info on how to set that up. And here we go. Okay, so excited. Bella Oachevsky is a multidisciplinary designer who excels at providing clients with user-centered software and business solutions. She believes UX and UI is an integral part of an organization's longevity and strives to help clients build up their capabilities and expertise in this area to ensure success in the long run. When not working, she is likely outdoors with her pup, dancing, or freelancing. So that rhymed. That's great. As designers, her talk demo was, as designers, we excel at empathizing with and meeting our persona, end user, and business needs. But how often do we flip the lens and explore the potential misuse or harm that our designers and products can cause? This talk will challenge us to think about our role as designers and the assumptions baked into the design process. Everybody give it up for Bella.
Hi all, welcome to my talk on the challenge of ethical design. So first off, a little bit about me. I'm Bella. I work for a Midwest-based custom software consultancy, Atomic Object. I'm presenting from a very chilly Ann Arbor, Michigan today, where just last night we got about 6 inches of snow. So we are living up to our Michigan reputation here. You can probably tell this picture here is a little old, but for some reason, work did not send a photographer to my home this year to get a more recent photo in sweats and a hoodie. A little bit more about me. My background is in user experience and human-centered design. In my current role, I have the opportunity to work as a nuts to bolt designer who does a little bit of every part of the design process and provides end-to-end solutions to my clients. Being a consultant puts me in a very unique position of working with a lot of different clients who are in very different businesses and who are in different design maturities. So some have a UX team, some may have never worked with a designer before, and everything in between. So to get started, let's take a few seconds and jot down or consider, what do you think is the challenge of ethical design? Feel free to add this to the UXOK channel in the Techlahoma Slack, or feel free to keep it to yourself. Okay, moving on. I'm going to start here with a disclaimer. So today, I will not be trying to convince you why or if it's important to be an ethical designer. I'm not here to tell you why you should be interested in ethical design or to provide a moral compass for you as a designer. I'm going to leave all the judgment to your pets. I don't have a corgi, but I do have a dog. So I get a lot of that at home right now. There's so many examples over the past few years as to why ethical design is important. It's even at the point where my sister will call me up and say, have you seen The Social Dilemma? If you're here today, I'm assuming that you know why this is important. So that aside, a little bit about my story. So I first started hearing about ethical design a few years ago at tech conferences and around the edge of my social circle. Much as with other things that are good for the world, like trying to eat less meat or decreasing my reliance on paper one-time use plastics, I thought to myself, okay, this is great hypothetically, but what will it take for me to truly be an ethical designer? So when I first got started, and perhaps you had a similar experience, I thought the challenge of ethical design would be things like, okay, what is it to begin with? Where do I start? Will this be expensive for me, my clients, the companies I work for? Can I do it wrong? Is this going to be a lot of work, a really big change to my process? I'm here to tell you today that it is not that hard, and I'm going to try to make it really simple for you. I'm going to provide frameworks, tools, and anecdotes around our considerations as designers when we think about who uses our product, how our product is used, when we're doing research and testing, and when we talk about what our product looks like. I'm also going to give a brief definition as to what I'm using as ethical design for this talk. And at the end, we'll get to what I really see as the challenge of ethical design, given these frameworks that I'm providing for you. This presentation is by no means exhaustive, and it's not comprehensive because we only have about 45 minutes. It is intended to be a practical guide that you can start using today, and that is supposed to get you thinking. So let's get started. How am I defining ethical design for the purposes of this presentation? When I first started looking into ethical design, I found this kind of long description of design ethics. So this is coming from encyclopedia.com. So they're saying that design ethics guide how we work, how we conduct the design process, how we determine features for products, and how we assess the ethical significance of the products that we're designing. So based on this argument or this definition, I think it's fair to argue that ethical design is ethically working, ethically conducting a design process, ethically determining features, and then of course, assessing the ethical significance. This definition felt really big. And so I thought to myself, okay, is there something that will give us a bit better of a framework when we think about ethical design? So I found this great article by Leonard. You can find his full article at a list of part. I've linked it here, and at the end of the slide, I also have resources, and that you can just have all my resources from my talk. So Leonard breaks our focus areas of design ethics into 8 parts. So usability, accessibility, privacy, user involvement, persuasion, focus, sustainability, and society. He defines usability as our moral obligation as designers to create products that are intuitive, safe, and free from errors that may or may not be life-threatening. He defines accessibility as not just thinking about who benefits from our solutions, but also thinking about who may influence the behavior and thoughts of our users. Focus, he defines as how we think about how we're treating our users' time and how we're respecting their time or not. And sustainability and society both look at sort of these larger ways our designs can affect the world's environment and also the society in which it's being used. For the purposes of this talk today, I'm really going to focus on a subset of these. So usability and accessibility, user involvement, persuasion and focus, and society, because I feel like those are the ones as designers we have the most direct impact on. And I feel like privacy and sustainability are things we kind of have to partner a little bit more with our companies and developers to have an impact on, but we'll get into that. I also wanted to quickly define a term I'll be using a lot today, which is bias. I'm defining bias as the conscious and unconscious assumptions about our users that slip in without our notice into our design process. I think we need to combat this bias by recognizing it, removing known biasing triggers where possible, and designing for users of different abilities. And I'm going to be talking a lot about that today. So I'd like you to take a quick minute and think about, does your definition of ethical design match mine, or does it differ? Great, so we had a little bit of technical difficulties. The previous slide we left off on was thinking about your definition of ethical design and if it matches mine. We got a little bit of extra time to think about that. So now we're going to talk about adjusting our thinking and practice to be more ethical when we consider who uses our product. So when I was a younger designer, and perhaps you had a similar experience, I was taught that when you think about who uses your product, you really group your target users, develop personas. I know some people love and hate personas, but for the purposes of this talk, we're going to say you develop personas or something similar, and you determine a primary persona and design for them. I found this example of what I think shows a pretty typical standard traditional persona. It has things like goals and frustrations, motivations, bio or scenario. It also has some things that I don't think we necessarily need to understand our end user, and some things that are actually quite biasing, such as their name, a photo, their gender or age, and their personality. I also think for the purposes of most of the products that we're designing for, we don't need things like marital status, number of kids, or education. I know there's specific products that this might be useful for, but overall, I think that some of these things that are involved and included in our traditional personas really are biasing when we think about our users. Instead, I've transitioned to using a slightly modified product-specific persona. So I keep things like the goals and frustrations, understanding the motivations of our users, and specific characteristics that may be very, unique to your product or market. But I really try to think about, what does my product do for this user? But you may be thinking, oh no, you took some things out of that persona that are really useful, things like technical skill and personality. I'd like to propose that we keep these things, but in a more inclusive, standardized way by thinking about our users' abilities, by running our designs across a variety of abilities instead of assuming that our personas are sort of having these perfect Instagram-worthy days. How can we do this? I used to do this much more ad hoc, but I recently found this great tool called Cards for Humanity, which I think is really great. Shown on this screen are 2 screenshots from Cards for Humanity. Each screen shows 2 cards that you can randomly flip between and drive the scenario against your designs. The user cards have characteristics such as impatient, shy, or overconfident, things that any of your users may be feeling or may embody. The needs cards have a number of needs that may range from physical conditions like a tremor or being hard of hearing to other conditions such as having difficulty using a computer. The examples here really show 2 random examples that I flipped on the cards. So we have a user who's very impatient and has a tremor, and a user who's shy and partially sighted. On the screen, one of the cards has been flipped, and you can see there's additional considerations for you as a designer as you think through each of these use cases, making sure that your designs really stand up to the use of actual humans, and again, not sort of assuming the ability of your users when they come and use your product. Another thing that I think is a really interesting space is to think about how your designs could be used by someone with a mental health condition or someone going through a mental health crisis. This could be as short as having a bad day or being frustrated or just really hungry, but it could be larger and thinking about users who are going through something more. For example, what would a fitness app look like if it was designed with a user with an eating disorder in mind? And what would a task management app look like if it was designed with someone who is anxious in mind? I'm not sure if there's like a great ethical way to validate this, but I think it's a really interesting way to think about our designs. So what are the benefits to this approach? I've found this approach is really useful as it does remove the parts of our personas that may be unconsciously biasing or stereotyping. And instead, it's more focused on our users, their lives, and how technology and product really serves them. This is also a much more inclusive approach when it comes to the different ways that our humans are coming to use our designs. So many people have shown this graphic. This is, again, our Microsoft Inclusive Design Toolkit graphic, but just as when we design for a user who has one arm, we're also designing for a user who may have their hand full with a baby or their groceries or a dog. This change, if you currently have a workflow that does any sort of review, past personas, or different kinds of user groups, this is a change you could make today. It's fairly low cost. It isn't a huge investment because it is really just a different lens through which to run your existing designs and your existing process. So now I'd like you to take a quick minute and think about what would your projects look like if you implemented these personas and human-centered practices? Okay. And I'm sure I'll see all of this at the end of the presentation when I finally have time to look through the Slack. So I'm not trying to ignore any of you who are leaving comments there. So next up, let's talk about how our product is used and how we can adjust our thinking and practice to be a little bit more ethical when we're doing that part of the design process. So when I was younger and I was in school, they taught me that when you think about how your product is used, you really create a user journey or workflow for your target personas, capture edge cases, and prioritize features accordingly. This is a very good practice, but I think in addition to going through workflows or journeys, we have an opportunity to do speculative design. I've seen this called a lot of different things, but for the sake of this talk, I'm going to define speculative design as a scenario or activity that allows us to consider larger issues that may arise when our products are out in the world. These activities can help us identify risk, stress test our products, and consider the implications to society. These aren't things that you can necessarily prove using research, but they are scenarios that have happened to other companies, and we now know can happen to any of us. The first tool I'd like to recommend is Tarot Cards of Tech. This tool lets you flip through various product scenarios in a card-like fashion. You can flip through it digitally or download it as a PDF if you prefer. This screen shows two different views of the Tarot Cards of Tech tool. The first one is showing a card flipped that is proposing that we think about if two friends could use your product, how could it enhance or detract from their relationship? The other card that's flipped says, what happens when 100 million people use your product? As you can see, these cards are using a number of scenarios that we have already seen in tech. Some of the other cards that aren't flipped are things like, what would happen if an influencer used your product for their own gain? What happens if there's a scandal around your product? Or how does your product affect Mother Nature? Another way you can explore various scenarios is through a bad actor exercise. So I've seen this concept only a few times, doesn't seem to have a standard name. Marisa Morby calls them bad actors. and Kim Crawford calls them villainous personas. At the end of the day, they're users who intentionally or unintentionally cause harm using your product or technology. On the screen here is a bad actor matrix. It's a lightweight framework I have created off of one developed by Kim Crawford. Her larger framework and her blog post can be found at the link here or at the end of this slide deck. I'm going to talk through my lighter weight framework that I use. So this framework has 2 rows. The rows allow you to capture intentional and unintentional bad actors. The columns are capturing different kinds of users. So these users might be view-only users, moderating users, content creation users. And then at the end of those columns of users, there's a column for thinking about how our app admins, designers, developers, and different people who are part of the creation process can intentionally or unintentionally cause harm using the product, and also users unknown outside the system. A time I found this exercise useful was when designing for an application that collected user emotional trends based on voice. The client wanted a feature that allowed users to share their data along the lines of, because kids these days are always sharing stuff on Instagram and Facebook, even personal things. So let me show you what this matrix would look like filled out. In our columns, we have 2 kinds of users, users who are creating emotion data and users who have access to view that data. Under our users who are creating data, we can have an intentional bad actor who writes a bad review and could create a bad or poor experience for using our product. We also have an impatient user who could unintentionally bail during onboarding and delete the app and never get the benefits of this application. Things get a little bit more interesting in the column about users who view data. So unintentionally or intentionally, users who view data could take advantage of that data by intentionally trolling, by intentionally using that data to take advantage or abuse someone else, or by using that data to manipulate someone. So seeing someone's having a bad day and use that time to take advantage of them. Under unintentional bad actors who may be viewing data, we had 2 kinds of users who we identified. So a worrier, who would be someone who's a very well-intentioned but over-concerned friend or family member, who may overreact to negative moods and say, I see you're having a bad day, what's going on? Tell me more. We also identified an unintentional bad actor who would kind of be like a bad friend, who may have access to your data and either doesn't care to check on how you're doing, or when they see you're having a bad day, doesn't know how to help. All of these users can intentionally or unintentionally cause harm to our primary users who are creating that data in the system by either taking advantage of or not knowing how to respond properly to the data they're seeing. Under app designers and admins, obviously there's intentional and unintentional data use or data breach or loss. And under unknown users outside the systems, there could be an intentional hacker who's trying to take advantage of data. And we identified outside the system an unintentional user who could cause harm to our users in the system is someone who undermines the value of the app by purporting that emotion data isn't important or that the app isn't properly creating data. Based on this matrix, we were actually able to deprioritize the data sharing and perhaps put a few more considerations around sharing something so sensitive and personal like your emotion data. For each of these bad actors, I then identified their goals, motivations, and how they might use my product to cause harm. At this point, you can also consider, how can I change my designs to, if possible, prevent harm being caused? I think it's also an interesting place to identify a risk or threat level and really think about, okay, who are these users who are most likely to be coming into my system and either hurting my other users or taking advantage of the system to steal data or something similar. I think this exercise is so important, especially when your application involves sharing between users and users or users in the web. So anytime you have data storage in a cloud, a comment or chat functionality, these areas and features are really ripe for misuse and human effects, both positive and negative. So what is the benefit of doing this speculative design? I think these exercises give us an opportunity to catch areas of high risk that may otherwise be missed or cause trouble down the road. They also could lead to new areas of product discovery and perhaps a better product for all users. These exercises are really nice in that of both the exercises I showed, they can be completed in a few hours. It's not work that you have to do frequently, maybe only a few times a year. I think it's something that we can aspire to when we are designing and thinking about how users might use our product in order to prevent sort of mishaps that we've seen do happen with products that are out in the wild or that have been around for a while. So I'd like you to take a minute and think about, would you use these exercises in your practice? And are there any speculative design exercises that I missed that you really love? So let's take a minute and write those down or share them in the chat. Okay. I know a lot of you are working specifically in a user research role or user experience research role. And I think even in this role, you can have considerations and things that you can do to adjust your practice to be a little bit more ethical. So let's talk a little bit about that. So this maybe goes without saying, but the best way I think to engage in ethical design as a researcher is to actually conduct user research and testing with your end users. I think data-driven design is important, but I feel it's equally important to actually talk to your end users who are using your tool. I cannot tell you how many clients I have worked with who do not have an active practice of getting user feedback from their actual end users. And when they're pushed to really put a little bit of time into user interviews and user testing, they learn things that they either didn't know about their users or that significantly changed the priority of their features because they simply weren't talking to their users and getting that insight about what their users actually are looking for and needing. If you are doing user research in your organization, I would highly recommend conducting research with people outside your personal social circle. I do completely understand when you're starting out with a new product, it's easy and cheap to reach out to your friends and family, but it does really bias your results to people who hang out with someone like me. And there are so many ways to widen your pool of research participants. A lot of my clients have a sign up on their website or on their Facebook, and they provide like they'll offer a reduced subscription rate or something like that. That doesn't really cost a lot, but gives you access to a lot of your end users. I also highly recommend some level of user management to prevent duplicates. I think it's really good to make sure we're reaching out to different kinds of people, not the same person over and over again. I would also recommend making sure that you're reaching out to people of various ages, geographic locations, and life experiences. If you can't get people who are of different ages or life experiences signed up in your beta testing group, wherever that might be, I would highly recommend using a tool like Validately, who I think was bought out by UserZoom. I haven't used them since they were bought. But there's all these online tools where they actually do the recruitment to a very wide audience for you. And you can just sign up, and it's a little bit more expensive than doing it yourself, but you can actually get access to those users outside of your pool who you're able to with your beta testing. Lastly, I would really recommend actually testing your actual site or web app with your users instead of just your prototype. I'm sure a lot of you saw on Twitter, there was a recent post where someone with a 2-letter last name was unable to sign up on a form as there was a 3-character limit. This could have been prevented by conducting user testing with a wide group of people. In addition to widening your research pool to include different kinds of people, there's also a number of best practices and facilitation around user research. I highly recommend reading IDEO's little book of design research ethics, which is linked to here, or reading Nielsen Norman's group post on ethical majority and user research. Both of these resources are free, and as someone who's, I'm sure you can tell, pretty passionate about unbiased user research methods, I learned a lot and really enjoyed the read. As I mentioned, all this stuff is linked in my articles, and it's also, I have a references section at the end of this talk. So what are the benefits of this approach? I I think the number one benefit is it doesn't take a lot of time to brush up on your current practices. And it isn't prohibitively expensive to widen your pool of participants. This will lead to better user research results. I think it is a little bit more work if you are in that really difficult place of having to advocate for user research in a company that doesn't currently do it, or in a, like, whether you're in a company or wherever you work at, it can be difficult. I actually think Kevin did a really good job talking about this. So I would highly recommend watching his talk if you want to know more about this. So let's all take a moment and think about, when is the last time that you brushed up on the latest research practices or considered your bias? Okay, let's carry on and talk about how we can ethically, there we go, got that slide updated, how we can adjust our thinking and practice to be more ethical when we consider what our product looks like. It should come to no surprise after all the talks we had today that I'm going to talk about accessibility. I highly recommend watching all the talks from this morning if you want to know more about this as well. I have made it a habit throughout my design process to do a few checks. One of them is checking my color contrast using WebAIM's contrast checker. I've linked to it in the slides, and I'm also going to have it in the resources section at the end. I also love to run my color palettes through color blindness simulators. I really like this one by David Nichols that is shown here on the screen. It lets you enter the hex values for all of the colors in your color palette and then see immediately how they would look for different kinds of colorblind users. It's really easy to do. It doesn't take a lot of time, and you can really quickly take a screenshot and show it to the client and say, you know, you can see as the client, this is not going to work if you have, you know, a red-green color indicator or whatever the case may be. I also ran this talk by a really good friend, Rachel Leggett, who's been linked to down below, who is a developer specialized in accessibility, and she recommended some things I was leaving out. So she recommended making sure that we have designs provided for developers that include visible focus. So can users who are not using a mouse navigate through your site by using the tab button? And can they see what's been selected as they're filling out a form? She also recommended making sure our important content is not in. This is something I sometimes forget about, but if content is embedded in trouble seeing it, if you zoom in, it's going to something like dev to is something that we can really make sure that we're sharing with developers and make sure that we're providing appropriate for them if we have to hand off in a more waterfall fashion, which I know some of us are in companies where we still have to do that kind of handoff. I also wanted to recommend looking at Humane by Design. This is a great tool that gives us a list of Humane by Design practices. And something I really love about his tool is that it actually has a section, if you scroll down on each of the Humane by Design best practices, that is focused on user interfaces. So he's actually taken sort of each of his design practices and identified ways that we can implement them directly in our user interfaces. There's other great things on this site, but I think the best practices section is something that's a really useful check when you're designing interfaces to make sure that you're considering your users. Lastly, I really recommend avoiding shady design patterns. I know this got a lot of attention in the social dilemma. I would hope that we consider avoiding using manipulative and addictive design patterns. The Ethical Design Handbook has a really good overview of different manipulative and addictive design patterns that we can try to avoid and sort of why they're negative. I would highly recommend reading this book if you're interested more in sort of avoiding these shady design patterns. So what are the benefits to including these things in your approach as a designer? Again, inclusivity, we have heard it over and over again today, and even in this talk. I also think it's a really great opportunity to think about long-term what is good for our users in society instead of only, what is increasing the click rate today. Obviously, if you're in a place where your metric is click rate, you can do that, but maybe also consider other things. For things like accessibility, it definitely can be a little bit more work to catch up if you haven't included this from the start of your application. But I think if you make a plan, it's something you can start working through. And it just takes a little bit of time. So again, do you currently use accessibility tools in your daily practice? And are there any tools that I missed that you prefer to use that you can put in the Slack channel? Yeah, Chris, your comment is true. Doing those accessibility audits is sometimes a little disheartening. Okay, continuing on. So what do I really see as the true challenge of ethical design? So given all these practices that are not a huge change to our existing workflow in most cases, that can lead to more ethical design, I'm going to come back to this original prompt of the talk. What do I see as the true challenge of ethical design? I think it's that we can't do it alone. I think we are in a great place as we look forward to the future of ethical design to bring our teams on board. So many people work on our teams, managers, developers, people who write algorithms who are often also developers, people in our company like CEOs. I think now is a great time to consider, if you are able, pushing your product team or company to make a statement around ethical practices. And it might include things like metrics that consider the impact on user longer term health and society, a commitment to accessibility, investing in ethical design practices, and of course, investing in diverse hiring. It kind of goes without saying that the more diverse our teams are, the better the design that we're going to be creating is. Also, I see, especially given the things that have happened, especially in America over the past year and in other places over previous years, I see that there's going to be more and more legislation written about how our digital products should behave. I think there's a likelihood, and in fact, there's current examples of legislation written in a way without the voices of people like ethical designers in the room that have served to further marginalize and silence communities and small businesses rather than affecting positive change in our digital products. So all in all, today, you've been equipped with a number of tools that can empower you to become a more ethical designer today. You've also been prompted to think about the future of ethical design and how it includes more than just us, but it also needs to include our teams and our societies. I'm going to open up the floor to questions now, and thank you.
Hey, Bella, that was fantastic. Let's dive right into some questions.
Thank you. And I'll try to catch up with, I know I saw you guys write in comments and I missed it, or you all.
We should have, here we go. I was gonna say, well, you had so many good questions that I feel like we should have wrote them out and actually had people respond in real time, because it's just kind of a stream of consciousness, but
yeah.
Oh well. Here we go. Okay, so does taking away the specifics make the personas less relatable to those making or developing the product?
It might. I haven't found it does for me, because you focus more on what can the product actually do for my user. So instead of focusing sort of on, are they married or do they have kids, you can really focus on what specific problem is my design solving for these users, and not, kind of what do they do in their free time? I mean, I think those things, depending on the app you're building, can be included. So if you're designing a fitness app, it should include things about their fitness. But for the most part, I don't think you need that stuff in there unless it really directly ties into the product that you're building.
No, I really like that. That's, yeah, the relatable data is the necessary stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, Christy asks, what's your favorite way to explain ethical design to product owners, managers, or stakeholders, or to developers? How do you?
Oh, that's a great question.
What's your go-to analogy?
Oh, wow. I don't know the answer for that. I usually just say, you know, like, think about who's using your product. Think about what it looks like when your grandma uses her phone. Like, I don't know if you all do tech support for your grandmas, but my grandma calls me up and she's like, I cannot hear the swoosh sound when I send emails. And I'm like, it's the silence button on your phone, grandma. So I just, you know, try to make it relatable for them and make sure that they're thinking about, you know, you can't assume that your users are coming with a certain set of abilities that are maybe consistent for, like, you know, the people that we typically write our personas for, like someone our age or someone who has similar life experiences as ours.
That is the analogy we needed. That's perfect. Okay, what do you do to identify both negative and positive consequences of products you design? Are there methods you think are helpful to surface this data?
Can you restate the question?
Yeah. So how do you determine the good and bad that can come from good and bad consequences from using products you design? Yeah, how do you?
I do try to do that speculative design thinking. As I mentioned, like, I use that bad actor matrix, and I haven't used tarot cards for tech entirely, but I do try to run them through scenarios thinking about the kinds of users. As I said, like, if you're doing sharing or if you're doing any sort of data to a cloud, I think there's a lot more space where things can go wrong instead of someone just tracking their data. I also try to think about, okay, what is the wrong way to think about the data we're showing? So for example, especially with that emotion app, it's really interesting to think about, most of us spend our day in a neutral emotional state. So how can we reinforce that it's good to have a neutral emotion and not to be, you know, switching between being super happy and then super sad? Like, that's not how we typically feel and how our emotions would be recorded throughout the day. So also thinking about, okay, what are the ways that someone looking at my tool or using my tool might misuse it or might misinterpret what they're seeing. So I do spend a little bit of time in that speculative design space, just thinking about, okay, what would this look like if it were out in the world, or if someone was using it who didn't have the context that I have.
Gotcha. This one, I feel like it's similar. How do you validate the bad actor personas?
That is something someone else asked me who I ran this talk by. I have not yet validated them. I feel like most of the ones that I use are coming from common scenarios that have already happened. And I really don't know how you could validate something. Like, you can't be like, hey, this user's a troll, we'll do user research with them and see how they troll people. So I think the speculative design can be really difficult because we can't necessarily always prove it with research without maybe like going into unethical research practices, which is a double, you know, can I prove it without being an unethical researcher? I don't know. But I think you can look at what has already happened with our products that are out there. Like, what happened to cause the social dilemma? What happened to, you know, like I also was saying, like, thinking about users who are different mental states can help. So making sure that you're thinking about, okay, how would this app feel if I just got in a car accident? Like, if I'm building an insurance app, what does it feel like if I just got in a car accident and I have that trauma and I'm trying to like process reality at the same time I'm using this app? I think we can run our apps by various scenarios that happen to everyone and just try to be the most empathetic that we can.
Yeah.
I'm building an insurance app right now, so that's
just such a good example. Oh man. Okay. All right. Just, have you seen any manipulative designs, and do you have any examples of that?
I think a good example would be the most classic example, I think, would be forcing you to enter your email in when you go to a website, or forcing you to enter your email and give over your data to get 10% off or whatever. I mean, that's obviously not a terrible manipulative design. Or something like the infinite scroll, I think, is another one I've seen cited. There's a few of them. I like read that book I recommended, but then didn't want to pull quotes out of it without asking the authors. So I also don't want to like plagiarize their work, but I would highly recommend reading the book in the slides, the design ethics book.
For sure. And then I think this is the final question. What do you recommend for testing cognitive issues other than human testing?
So I actually saw this done really well at a workshop by DQ. They're our local accessibility group that does audits and, you know, fixes sites to make sure they're accessible. And their workshop, they actually had us like try to use a phone while wearing mittens, or try to complete a task while wearing like drunk goggles that make everything blurry, and try to complete a task on your phone while, and they actually used physical objects to try to do that testing. Something I always think about is, you know, what's it feel like to use your phone when it's wet and the keys don't really respond, or tools like that. There's also a few plugins for Chrome. I can't think of them right now, that actually will display your page at different levels of visibility, which is kind of nice. So you can see what your page would look like if you had like lower vision, or if you had floaters that were floating across the screen. Also, the color contrast checker helps. But I will see if I can find a link to that DQ workshop, because they did it really, really well.
That's awesome.
Let me see if I can get that after I'm done here.
Well, what's the best way for people to get in contact with you or to follow you online?
I'll put it on the Slack channel. And also the bit.ly link to my talk should just link directly to the talk, and I'll add a slide there so that all of you know how to contact me.
Excellent. Well, Bella, thank you so much for talking to us today. This has been great. You are the best penultimate speaker we could hope for.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and we'll thank you.
Thank you too. Have a great evening or morning, depending on your time zone.
And we're back. That talk from Bella was so good. I feel like that is just such a, I was talking to her after she was finished. We agreed you almost need to hear that message like once every 6 months, just to like have that top of mind all the time. It's just so freaking good. All right, last announcements before we get to our final speaker, the Q&A we're so excited to have. Pre-orders, get your shirts. There's still time. We're gonna have it until the end of the conference, so there'll be one more time I promo this, but if you haven't done it, now's the chance. Again, just want to call out, if you liked this event and want to get more speakers and stuff like this, we have 2 different meetup groups across the state that meet every month, Tulsa UX and OKC Design and Tech. Check those out they have their own Slack channels already here. So if you're already on Slack, you know where to go. And so we can get you plugged in. If not, they're both on meetup.com. So check those out. And then if you're looking for other ways to support Techlahoma and you buy stuff on Amazon, we recommend using Amazon Smile. It costs you absolutely nothing. Just you have to go to smile.amazon.com and you can choose which nonprofit like Techlahoma you'd like your a percentage of your purchase to go to. To set that up, go to bit.ly/Techlahoma Smile for more information. In addition to all that, we are going to be doing an attendee survey, and everybody who fills it out will ask for your email at the very end. There's no demographic questions or anything, but we're going to do a drawing for a free ticket to next year's UXOK, which should be in person. I say that very cautiously optimistically. All right, so check that out at UXOK/survey, and it'll take you to a form. We'll be sending that out along with links to the videos after the conference is concluded, but just wanted to start talking about that now. Also, if you're not following us on social, we've been blowing it up today, but check out UXOK Conf on Twitter to get all your good design memes. So spice. Also, Techlahoma for all the things. You know where to find us. Wanted to call out our sponsors again for making today possible. Gen Studios for sponsoring lunch, Business Labs, and Risk Consulting for being local sponsors. Without these 3 groups, we could not be here today. So we are so happy that they helped us out. And then here we go. All right, we have a live Q&A with Christina Halverson. Christina is widely recognized as one of the most important voices in content strategy. Her seminal book, Content Strategy for the Web, is credited with sparking the explosive growth of content strategy and its recognition as a critical field of practice. She appears regularly as featured speakers at conferences all over the world and is known for her lively, insightful presentations. She is also the executive producer of Confab and Button, 2 events focused on helping content strategists, designers, and writers create and care for exceptional content all along the customer journey. As the host of the Content Strategy podcast, Christina interviews both new and established leaders in content strategy and adjacent fields. The CS podcast ranks among the top 10% of all podcasts, with over 100,000 downloads since its debut in 2019. Oh my God. Christina lives in St. Paul, Minnesota with her 2 children. We are so excited to have her here. She's going to be moderated by Bailey Lewis. Everybody give it up for this Q&A.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Bailey Lewis, and I am thrilled to lead us in this conversation today with Christina Halverson. Thanks for joining us here at the end of a Friday. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a laid-back conversation. And this is fun for me. I hope it'll be fun for you, too. I'm sure it will be, because it's about one of my favorite things to talk about. I think Christina's, too. I'm sure Christina's, too. It's content strategy. And so I'm not going to make much ado. I just want to dive right in, because I think content strategy for some may be a familiar concept, and for others may be something that you don't hear too much about, or you've heard about a few times and you're not really sure. So Christina, the first question I have for you is, what is content strategy? How do you define it? How do you tell people about it?
Oh, let's just jump right in. Thank you for having me today, and hi to everybody who has stuck around on a Friday afternoon. Appreciate it. What is content strategy? Well, I have a little, this is a longer answer than you maybe wanted. I wrote a book in 2009 called Content Strategy for the Web. I am by profession a content strategist who largely operates within the field of user experience. At the time in 2009, there was not really a formal definition for content strategy. And I literally in this book kind of like threw something against the wall. It was like, let's see what sticks. And the definition was content strategy guides planning for the creation, delivery, and governance of useful, usable content. And that definition has really kind of held up nicely over time. I mean, I still see it quoted in articles and stuff, which has been really, really gratifying. However, you may have heard of content marketing, your favorite people who you work with, I'm sure, everyone in this audience. And content marketing was kind of an adjacent discipline that was exploding at the same time. And over time, content marketing kind of, we're going to say, absorbed the phrase content strategy to the point that within, especially larger organizations, like you could have content strategists sitting on the design team and then content strategists also sitting in marketing, and they did two completely different things. So I think that the nature of the phrase content strategy is evolving and changing across organizations. And that frankly, what I'm seeing is there can be content strategy within the enterprise across departments. There can be content strategy within a marketing program. There can be content strategy specific to a website. There can be content strategy across the customer journey within a product environment. So it's flexible, it's evolving, and we'll just kind of see where it goes.
Yeah, it is a younger field of, I guess, a subfield. It's not really even a subfield, but as far as our user experience discipline's concerned, it's young in and of itself, and then content strategy is kind of younger still. And you've talked a lot about how content strategy has evolved since you started writing about it, one of the first people to start writing and even talking about it. Mm-hmm. What do you see today? When you run into people working with teams or working with others on projects or just talking in general, mm-hmm. are people typically familiar with the phrase now, or is there still a lot of uncertainty or questions about it? What's your experience with that?
Yep, that's a great question. So Brain Traffic is my consultancy. And so we are called in at first we were called in largely to work on really large, messy website projects where, they had been working on the design and they'd been working on the tech, and still the website was somehow broken, and they would kind of finally go, oh, it's the content. No matter how awesome the design is, and how clean and powerful and and well constructed the tech is and the platform and behind it, if the content sucks, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. They're going to hit that website. They are not coming for the design, right? They're going to hit that website and they're going to leave. So we would be called in for that. And in that instance, we did have to do a lot of educating around larger teams around what content strategy is and what we did and so on. And I will say that one of the top questions that I tend to get when I speak at conferences or in training is, how can I explain to my colleagues what it is that I do? And so, and especially now with the conflation of marketing, content strategy, and website, it's more complicated. So it depends. It depends on the organization. It depends on the culture. It depends on how mature the user experience team is. For example, I see content strategist as a job title and as a role and being relatively well understood within a lot of higher ed environments, specifically because websites in those organizations are really, really important. With some of the newer tech companies that we work with and who come to our events, what used to be called content strategy, they're now starting to shift over to content design. And that is really the term that we are using more now, even at Brain Traffic, when we talk about the role of the person who owns the content. within the design and build process, as we call that more of like a content designer. Does that answer your question? Sometimes when I talk, I just like.
I mean, I don't have an agenda. I just we're glad to be able to talk to you today about all of this. And it's a really good point too. I know you've written about this a lot. You talk about this a lot. There are so many different names for what a content strategist does, and it can vary from organization to organization. That's true for a lot of different disciplines in the UX world. But content strategy is really one. It's like Eskimos have how many different names for snow? It's kind of the type of. So, can you talk a little bit about that? A little bit more about that. You say that we're starting to call. You're starting to see others doing this. You're starting to do this, calling people content designers. How about some of the other names that we hear? Content specialist, content writer, web writer,
analyst, UX writer, website writer, UX website content designer, strategist. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, again, these terms all get mushed up. And you know, this, I think it's a really interesting conversation and a frustrating conversation, because within our community, within the tech community, design, like the larger community of people that make stuff, we would love to have one body going, these are the job titles, and these job titles do these roles and responsibilities, and no, nothing shall change, and these are all fixed and immutable. And it's just not going to happen. Like, it's not going to happen. And the reason it's not going to happen is that our organizations, like in size, in culture, in level of design or technical maturity with their, you know, systems and processes and talent, location, I mean, all of these things feed into what stuff is called, right? It just does. And so I find that what's sometimes more helpful is to take a step back and really examine roles within the design and build process, so that instead of worrying about like, what should my job title be, that we begin, as we're organizing teams and as we're beginning to understand accountability and responsibility, tasks, deliverables, et cetera, that we're focusing a little bit more on like roles and activities and accountability. And if we can go from there, what we find is that within some organizations, you know, a content strategist, for example, is also doing research. They're also sitting and doing QA with the tech team. They're also doing copywriting. They're also negotiating content requests from various parts of the organization. So as much as I would like to be able to say, here's how things are shaking out, I don't think they are, and I don't think that they will. I think that it's important, and it's frustrating, because when you're out there looking for a job, you want to know what to type in and what to look for, right? And I mean, if you go type in content strategist on LinkedIn jobs right now, like, you're going to get 80 different flavors of it. So I'm sorry if that's a frustrating answer, but, you know, in terms of like different titles that I see, I mean, it's, you know, there's as many different flavors of tech job titles as there are technologies, you know, and tools. Same for designers. I mean, we have visual designer, we have technical designer, we have content designer, we have UX designer, you know, I mean, it's all over the place. And so I would suggest that it is really interesting, especially within organizations like this one, to continually talk about what are the titles and the roles that you're seeing. Where does your, like, one of the first questions I ask when I come into an organization is, when they're talking to me about their content, I'm like, no, who do you report up through? Because if they're reporting up through, you know, the CIO versus the CMO versus the CTO versus HR, like, that's going to have an effect on how they see their role and their level of accountability when it comes to the content that is being shared with audiences.
Yeah. And is that how, I guess at Brain Traffic, how you all are structured, and then how you recommend your client structure as well, based on their someone's role, someone's maybe skills, everyone else who's working around them, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, for it's different for us, right? I mean, we're a content strategy consultancy. Like, I have I'm senior content strategist, I have regular content strategists, and I have website and UX writers, right? Like those are kind of the services that we offer. One service that we do offer is going in and taking a really close look at design operations and saying, okay, you've got all these designers, here's their relationship with the tech team, here's how they are interacting with user experience strategists or design ops, and where does content fit into that? And then sort of identifying roles that are required and then crafting job descriptions. That is something that we do help with. But we never go in with like a, here's how this should look for you, because everybody is so different. I warned them during tech that I tend to I'm one of these, I'm terrible with virtual. It's much better when it's on stage and I can just be all body. So sorry in advance if I'm giving anybody vertigo.
I'm glad you
said
said
seasick. Yeah.
The lights in my room just went out because they're on a timer, and so I was gonna try to turn them back on. But
that's right. That's everybody do that. It's time to stretch.
Stretch
well, at some point, the sun may come in and hit me in the face, and then I'm gonna have to move.
So they're still not coming back on. That's fine. We'll just.
You know what? We can't tell. You got a nice glow behind you. I mean, you look really angelic. It's nice.
Good. Yeah. But what do you, getting back to how content works on teams a little, I know a lot of teams out there do not have anyone who is a writer on their team, a content strategist, anything. What do you say to those teams short of, you need to have this person, but if the resources just aren't there or something like that?
Yeah, this is such a pain point. I mean, no matter what size organization you're working in, and I have seen large organizations that are like, yes, it's time to invest in content. And then oh, we have to cut. Let's start with the content people that we hired. And it's so difficult because content is the beating heart of any website, right? You cannot design a good user experience for bad content, or, I mean, it just is. But I think that the thing is that everybody's got Microsoft Word, right? Everybody's got Pages, everybody's got Google Docs, and everybody can write. Everybody can write. So how hard can it be? And I think that is kind of the lens that management and upper, the folks with the who control the purse strings, that's kind of what they're thinking. Just do the writing. How hard can it be? Just get it done. And of course, what we know is that it's not that simple. You've got to be working on content at the same time that you're working on design. You need to be thinking about consistency of voice and tone and messaging across the customer journey. You've got to be thinking about, the arguments that I have seen on design teams about what copy to put on the button. You need to understand best practices there. And then the larger the website is, you need to be able to kind of negotiate requests that are coming in from all these different departments to ensure that they are purposeful and meaningful and actually map to user needs. The only thing that I have ever seen help kind of elevate that understanding within organizations is to sit people down in user research groups, or even sometimes user testing, and working with real content to get feedback about whether or not it is meeting needs and expectations, whether it makes sense, whether it is causing them to pause because it's poorly written. But if we can't demonstrate to the people who are asking us to do this work how important that content is, we're not going to get the dedicated resources that we need. So that's kind of the first piece, is that, yeah, if you don't have it, here are some ways to make the case to get it. It's got to be, and it actually has to be one of two things. It either needs to be addressing a pain point, or needs to be helping somebody to look like a rock star. Those are the only two ways that you're going to get support for content. Other than that, if you are a designer, or if you are building, and let's say, for example, metadata, how many times have you been stuck with the build and nobody delivered the metadata, and you're just well, we're getting ready to go into QA. I better just write some stuff and hope for the best. Or you get the metadata and you're this is not mapping page to page or whatever. Then you're stuck writing. And in that instance, making sure that you're tracking your time so that people understand how much of an investment it is for you to actually get that work done. And then secondly, taking some responsibility to make sure that it is mapping to best practices, whether that is with SEO or accessibility. Like there are best practices around basic metadata that we should be responsible for as designers in tech. And then in design, if you are working more on like the front end, it is your job to understand the basics of good UX writing. And also, I think, to be able to communicate to marketers, for example, who are like, yes, we do need 2,500 words on the About Us page, to be able to help them see that content through the user's eyes, right? For example, I was talking to a client today who they're redoing their website and they're super excited. They keep calling it the marketing website. And I'm like, well, who goes to use this website? And after talking about it for a little bit, they were like, actually, what's really important to us is we're recruiting and hiring like crazy right now. And of course, they're going to be coming to this website. And I was just like, okay, the content that describes your product is completely, like, nobody's going to understand it because it's so tech heavy and so inside of baseball language. And so being able to like talk to people and help them see through the eyes of the user, constantly coming back around to that, is also really important to help kind of raise the awareness of the importance of the content that's going on the website or being designed into the product.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great thoughts there, proving that's important with user testing. And would you say that if user testing isn't something that's part of your project, there's a way that someone on a team who knows that they need a content resource, or someone who is capable of the content work, a way for them to put together an inexpensive or kind of do-it-yourself user test that could help make their case, even if it's not part of their budget?
Yeah, sure. I mean, haven't we all kind of like come to if your mom doesn't get it, then you're in trouble, right? Like the whole idea of plain English and the importance of plain English across any website or product environment is so critical, especially in our increasingly diverse society where a lot of people, English is their second language. That is kind of a simple call your mom and see if she gets it. Or for example, let's sit down and read this aloud, because I'll use website content as an example. Good website content should be relatively conversational, right? And if you're reading it aloud and you sound like a robot, or you sound like a brochure that nobody's ever going to pick up, like that demonstrates in a really tangible way, oh, this really should be redone, or maybe we want to bring in somebody who is like a professional with words to give us input. And in terms of just sort of like having an inexpensive investment, sometimes the smallest pilot project can have a really, really huge impact within a team or within an organization. So, I mean, I've seen teams who have taken let's say the careers page of the website, or a couple of pages around that, and done maybe even like an A/B test where they rewrite one page sort of to make it very user friendly and easy to understand, and put the things that are important to job applicants at the top versus like burying it in the bottom footer with a link that you need to click, rewriting that, and then even just doing A/B tests and coming back with and talk to marketing. Like they should, if they can't do a good A/B test, what are they doing? Like go make a friend there and then come back with those results and just say, look, we had 4 really qualified candidates go through and submit applications from this page. On this page, maybe we had 0 candidates, or maybe we had 60 candidates that all sucked because they didn't really fully understand culture or the benefits, or the job, the nature of the department or the category of the job whatever. Now I'm just making stuff up, but that's another way into it.
Okay. Yeah. And keeping with the track of how content strategy works within a team and getting that content resource, when do you bring content strategy into the process? So how does it fit in with the rest of creating a digital product of any kind, or any kind of product?
You bring them in right away. I mean, that is, we often talk about how content breaks stuff in the 11th hour. Like you call the writer because you're like, now it's it's time for the words. Everything else is done. We just got to replace the lorem ipsum. We got to fill in the wireframes. We got to make sure all the fields in the CMS have been checked off, and then the whole thing falls apart because the design was created without considering actual content requirements based on user needs and business goals. So bringing in the content person, whether it is or maybe it's the writer. It doesn't have to be somebody with like formal training or like job title as content strategist. Bring them in at the start, because anybody worth their salt who is creating content for digital products and services is going to have questions right at the beginning of the process. And if that are specific to the content, and if those questions are left to the end of the project, to the process, they're going to ask those questions and people are like, oh, it's never really occurred to me. And then everything falls apart. So there, and I know that we all talk about wanting a seat at the table, right? Like this is everybody's complaint for time eternal. Well, if they called me first, or why wasn't I consulted, or, UX people need a seat at the table. If nobody's going to invite you to sit at the table, like go invite yourself, drop in on these meetings. I mean, I guess it's harder in Zoom, but contact the project lead and just say, I'd really like to sit in and just listen, because the more information I can have up front, the more it's going to inform my work later. And be assertive about it. Be friendly, be assertive, make sure that they understand that the stuff that broke the project the last time, you can get in front of that. That doesn't have to be that way. Bring them right at the start. I mean, the content strategist is your best friend. Once you have had a content strategist on a project, you will not go back, because everybody hates the 11th hour meltdown.
Yeah. Yeah. And you said that the content strategist is thinking about how the information that's trying to be communicated, or the tasks that someone might need to complete, use the career page example, it's all related to users' needs and business goals. So it's
Correct.
not, I don't know if you experience this sometimes, but sometimes I find people talking about content strategy as just an art. At the end, you write some really nice words that sound good, and then you're off. But it's directly, what you're saying is it's directly tied to the goals of the project on the business side and the user side. Is that right?
Otherwise, why are the words there? Like if they're not tied to what the product or service is supposed to be doing for the end user, or if it's not meeting the end user's needs, then it's just nice to have content. Then it's just decoration. Like there's no point. I actually was talking to another consultant or agency, I guess, that was looking for some input around content strategy today. And they were talking about this project that they'd been working on for 2 weeks. And they're like, yeah, we realized that when we came to content, we were at this just sort of huge stumbling block. We were hoping you could help us. And within 5 minutes, I was like, well, how would you describe your user understanding? Like, do you know what users want? The client had not even identified or prioritized audiences. Like that conversation hadn't even been, and how can you design a website for an end user that you haven't defined or that you don't understand? And that is the kind of substantive thing that a content person can catch right up at the beginning. Because even if you are doing, like, let's say you're an information architect and you're going to do a card sort exercise, and either you come in with the cards or you do a big brainstorm with Post-it notes about different kinds of information that the audiences might need, and then you go through and you sort them, and now you've got the bones of your sitemap or your content model or whatever. Great. It's so easy to create a label and organize labels and deliver a sitemap and have no real understanding around the actual substance of what needs to go on that page and what people are looking for or looking to accomplish when they hit it. And what ends up happening then is you've got just this glut of unnecessary content, or you've missed huge pieces that people were coming to the website to do. I mean, again, this other website, once they came to, oh yeah, a really important thing is careers. I was like, you have nothing about careers anywhere on this website. And they're like, oh yeah, we do. It's in the footer, apply to work here. And I was just like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not where the content belongs.
Yeah, and that actually made me think of something else that I know people talk about a lot, but I think it's still worth repeating. Can you talk about how people do or don't read online? Can you talk about how they interact with your work on a screen?
I will. This is where it can be extremely powerful for us all to take a moment to be self-aware when we are browsing the web or when we are using our phones, and to pay attention to our own reading habits, where we slow down, where we get impatient, where we miss information and have to go back to redo something. Because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Norman Nielsen group. They've been around for 20 years, and very early on, they did some eye tracking studies and some heat mapping studies to sort of say, oh, people don't read online, they scan. So everything's got to be short paragraphs and everything has to be bulleted lists. And I used to teach this too, people are not there to do a lot of reading. Well, that's not necessarily true for all kinds of content. I mean, I don't subscribe to magazines or newspapers, in print. I do it all digitally, and I have read very, very, very long pieces of content online. So I really think it depends on the user's mental model. It depends on what the content is for. It depends on what what they showed up to do. I will say that even from an accessibility standpoint, though, when you are thinking about how you're going to present and format content on the page, you want to be creating that content for the screen, right? I mean, even for, I'm a real fan of the Guardian long reads, which are long reads, but even for those, they're not going to have a 500-word paragraph, right? They're going to break stuff up to kind of give your eye a quick rest. So yeah, that's my long-winded answer.
Right. And it sounds like it all goes back to user needs and business goals. As you're talking about putting the careers link in the footer, but it's all about careers. And so that's not where people are looking for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I kind of introduced that definition of content strategy for open discussion, I really was very intentional about, this is what the strategy is for. It's for guiding plans. Here's what the plans should be for: creating and delivering and caring for content, but not just any content, useful, usable content. And that means user, right? But it also, useful also means useful to the business. Because again, if there's and some people like to say purposeful, right? That content has to have a purpose. It has to maybe its purpose is to help assist a user. Maybe its purpose is to help drive people to download something, and give up a lead in the, an email address or whatever along the way. Maybe it is the metadata that's being included so that when people do an internal site search, it is the results that come back are meaningful and not just a big pile of crap like most internal site searches will return. So those words and coming at it through that lens is really critical when you're online. It's content that is kind of nice to have on a website that's serving a purpose it's no good. It gets in people's way.
Yeah. So I'll change tack just a little bit because we've been talking for a long time about teams and how content strategy fits into teams, and the value, the importance of content strategy and where it comes from the process. And you've spoken about this a little bit, but I kind of want to hear about a project that you've worked on lately where there was a really big problem that might have been causing the business revenue or something like that, and how content strategy, obviously with the help of other fields, but how content strategy helped to solve that problem at the end of the day.
This is a question I should have had the answer to before. Let's see how content strategy helped to solve a large business problem. Well, what's interesting about that question, I will say, is that we often find that rather than being called in to solve a business problem with content strategy, what happens is that the process of content strategy actually really exposes business problems. Like it exposes the cracks, right? Or it sort of uncover, like we lift up the rocks and we're like, well, we can't help you in defining content for this area of the website if the department that is supposed to own that website is scrambling around and they don't know who owns the content and they don't. Well, that's like a smaller business problem. Well, okay, so here's an example. So about a year and a half ago, in the before times, I was working with a global organization and had been called in to assist specifically with their European division, which was very fancy. So I was in London a couple of times, and when they called me in, they were like, it was through more of a marketing lens. They were like, okay, well, we really want to double down on content and kind of like helping to establish thought leadership. There's a big global design agency. We want to help establish thought leadership, and we want to create unique website properties that people will go to, when they're looking for the source of truth around these various topics. And also, and this is Europe was saying, and also we really want to get the attention of global brand because we feel like they're cranking out a lot of content, but they're not giving us enough exposure in that. And we need to have our offices have more exposure within the stuff that they're doing. Okay, great. So what they wanted was a nice, neat little framework defining what kinds of content they should be creating. But over the course of our first 2-day workshop, we uncovered the following problems. They did not have any kind of specific documented research on the core audiences that they wanted to reach, which were business leaders in a couple of very specific industries. They did not know what kinds of information those leaders were looking for. They did not know the other publications that those leaders were reading. They did not know what those top problems are that those leaders were looking to solve, that they could help solve. And the content that was being created by global brand in digging into it was not doing anything for the company. It was, we call it vanity content. It was content that was like, look at us, look at how special we are, look at all the things that we think. But like, it was not targeted to client needs at all. And then we dug deeper into that. And what ended up happening is we identified all this dysfunction within global brand. We were able to better position the European office in terms of like what they wanted to offer to this audience that they got to know a lot more deeply. We got the attention of like the CEO and the CMO, and then they ended up like completely reorganizing the brand teams across the entire world. And it was simply all the way, that impact from very, very simple, like, well, what kind of content is it that you're wanting to create and why? All of that stuff came up from that. So we see this all the time, that conversations around content ultimately end up around conversations about the business. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a workshop and all of a sudden somebody's like, I really feel like we're doing more business strategy right now than content strategy. And I'm just like, you can't decide what kinds of content to create if you don't understand what it's for. That's part of why I love doing it, is because it's never just about the words.
Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, uncovering problems is part of the problem, is part of solving.
Well, but another thing, and I'm sure every single person here can relate to this too. When you're in the weeds, when you've got your hands on the product or the service or whatever it is that you're working on, sometimes you have a real clear purview into these larger, whether it's dysfunctions or lack of resources or lack of clear documentation, like whatever. You see where the problem is, you can diagnose the problem, and you have exactly zero opportunity or purview to do anything about it. And that is enormously frustrating. And I always tell people there are a couple of ways to respond to that. You can either decide that you want to be a part of the conversation and play politics within the organization and figure out how to get involved there. You can decide to keep your head down and just do your work and affect what you can within your current job responsibilities and, leave it there. or if it's really bad, you can find a different job. So those are, but I was in my 20s, I was a real bad employee because I was just a huge know-it-all. I was just like, I see all the problems and I can fix all the problems and no one is listening to me. And then I went out on my own. I was unemployable.
Well, I mean, I think the UX and content strategy world should be grateful for that, actually. Worked out great for all of us. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna, I know we have probably some questions that have popped up in the Slack channel, and I want to go over there and take a look at that in just a minute. But I was going to wrap up, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything huge that I want to make sure to ask you about. But I think, and you spoke to this a little bit earlier, but I think, well, this is a very future-looking time in general, more so than even usual. What do you see for the future of content strategy, content design, whatever we'll be calling it after a while here, whatever we call it in any given organization? What trends are you seeing? How do you see it evolving over the next 5 to 10 to 15 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And what I have learned, I mean, I've been doing this work for almost 20 years. And what I have learned is that some organizations are like all systems go, and they have diagnosed the issue, they have invested in the resources, they have built out the teams, they have made, put the user in the center and understand the importance of content within the user experience. Then there are companies who I swear to you have been calling us over and over for the past 15 years with exactly the same problem. And so those companies are going to be wrangling with, I think, content strategy and lack of maturity around content strategy and operations for many, many years to come, because what leadership values is not at the level of user experience, for example. So I mean, I think, we talk about in a lot of times people call us and they're like, well, we're just now figuring out how important content is. And we really want to make it, we want to make sure that it's part of the fabric of our organization and you have 12 weeks to do it. And I'm just like, it's not, it's like a step. It's like steps towards real full maturity within your content operations. And that just takes time. So I think that what we will continue to see is that the principles of content strategy more and more, especially around websites, will remain active and will continue to kind of mature within some of these larger organizations that are dealing with huge unwieldy websites. I do think that more product companies that are younger and kind of were born in the age of the internet and were born in, the age of mobile, a lot of those really successful companies started out with content strategists or content designers, and they're continuing to invest and reinvest in that. So, I mean, I guess that is to say, I think that there will always be, now it has been established that content is important, that it is critical to the user experience, that there is a specialized skill set that really does apply, that should be introduced early in the process. Whether or not, and I think that skill set will continue to become more and more specialized, frankly, which is great. But it really will just depend on, I think that the problems that we were solving when I wrote this first draft of this book 11 years ago, 12 years ago, people are still buying that book. People are still like, oh my God, this book is changing the way that I'm doing design 12 years later, because those problems are not going to go away. They're just not. It's the same basic, we need to put the user in the center of things. And that is a very, very difficult thing to keep your eye on, the larger the team and the nuances of the culture and whatever. Like the core set of challenges is just not going to change.
Yeah.
I remember several years ago, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be giving my content strategy 101 presentation for the rest of my life. And I just need to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, see, the sun is coming in my eye. Okay, now we're going to switch over to the boring white background where a year ago I was like, oh, I need to get something up here, and I just never did. Sorry, virtual conference attendees.
Let's see, a little bit of color off to one side.
Yeah, what can I do? I don't know. I got nothing.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it sounds like you're saying that's we're not anywhere. Some of us are really far along with content strategy from where the discipline was 15 years ago. Some are just at those beginning stages again.
Yeah, which is fine. Yeah, and some people are kind of circling the drain. But the question is not, it's not the same kind of a question as what's the future of tech, right? That's a much different question, because that is, I mean, there's a technology arises not only out of human problems and opportunities that we either see or have created for ourselves. Content is basically just like, I mean, it's more people focused than probably any other part of our discipline, you know, because that content is why people show up at a website. That's the whole reason they show up, is to get something done, and content is required in order for them to do that. And so the future of content depends organization to organization where people are at. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to flip over to the Slack channel.
I want to flip over to the Slack channel. Can I flip over to the Slack channel? It's a virtual conference. Anything can happen.
The chance, I know.
Right there.
It really does kind of feel that way. And
oh, you guys have been busy. Awesome.
Yeah, if if you're looking and find the thread before I do, let me know.
The questions thread?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
How long does it take content professionals to find a thread on Slack here?
Can we just type in content? I would like to say, I was talking about this. You guys have how many hundreds of channels, and none of them are dedicated to content. None of them. That changes today, my friends.
We need
Somebody create that channel. I want to see a swell of membership and excitement and engagement. I'm just saying engagement a lot now.
All right, I am really struggling with this thread. But if y'all, oh, I found it as soon as I said that. Okay, let me just go.
Great. Content as part of A/B testing is usually one of the lowest lift tests that can create the highest impact ROI. You're right, Ashley Clayton. Good work.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Christy. I was talking to myself.
Oh, wait, actually, you know, I'm going to give a little tidbit, and I've told this to some people. I graduated. I'm in St. Paul, Minnesota right now, and I've lived in Minnesota since '96. But I graduated from Edmond Memorial High School very, very long time ago. So when you guys called, I was like, Oklahoma, my home. So I'm glad to see you. That's it. Anybody else? Anybody else graduate from Edmond? Hit me up. All right. Sorry. Question. Meaningful questions for meaningful.
We actually have some, I'm just reading these. We have some very good questions. And so I'm going to start from the top and go down as long as we have some time. This is one that, yeah, this is very interesting. So we have a question asking, how do you determine the return on investment of content strategy efforts to executives and other stakeholders? What do you show them to prove its value when you're asked to show the ROI?
Yep. So I always say that there are two ways to demonstrate the impact of content strategy, either by making money or by saving money. And which one of those that you choose to focus on will depend on what leadership cares about that day, or like what they have cared about for the last 2 weeks. Because there is one thing that we know about leadership, is that by and large, they're pretty fickle. I mean, we always joke about like the CEO that gets on the plane in New York, and then by the time they get to San Francisco, they're like, all right, I read a book on the plane and now we're going agile. We're all going out, you know? And so it's really important to stay in tune with like, what is their hot topic right now? We have churn in this department. Is it We are not generating enough leads because the website, whatever, we get people to the website and then we can't, take them through the journey on the website to get them to close on the form. Is it we are not getting qualified job applicants and that's making me crazy? Like, what's important is to identify either that pain point or whatever opportunity it is that they're excited about. And then you have to choose whether it's a pilot project or even just like a small set of activities where you can really dive into the content and then demonstrate the change that occurred. But just generally, and that may even be like having a content strategist or coming at a process from a different angle. Maybe it's that the department lead, they're going nuts because you've missed every single deadline for the last 6 months. Well, now you introduce a content strategist and suddenly you are right on time and everybody's happy and you hit that deadline and you're like, you know why? Because we had this new skill set involved in the process. So again, it's a sales process for you, for all of us. If we want to demonstrate change, we have to sell it. And you can't sell something effectively unless you know who you're selling to and what it is that they want. So that's where to begin to think about how you're going to demonstrate value.
So figure out what the pain point is or how
you can make somebody feel like a rock star.
Yeah, I was just going to repeat.
And I will say sometimes it's sort of like putting a square peg in a round hole. Like, oh, you care about Agile? Let me show you how content strategy can contribute to more effective, whatever. I mean, yeah.
And what do you show them? Is it sometimes an analytics thing? Or are there other ways to track, okay, this is what it was before, especially numbers of, I guess, talk a lot of executives.
Numbers are really good. I think qualitative feedback is good. I think, sometimes, like a really, really easy example is, okay, your help content sucks and you're getting a ton of calls in customer service. Well, you go find your contact in customer service who is tracking call volume around or you say, what are the top 2 problem questions that you're getting? Because they all know what they are. And then you go to the website and you really fix those pages and make sure those questions are coming up and the right answers are coming up. And then you go back, you publish them and you go back 10 days later and you're like, has anything changed? And now you've got very, very specific correlation of how really digging into content, not just from a clarity perspective, but from, through user experience lens is having an impact on business performance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great advice. And going to the customer service people because they get all the complaints, I would imagine.
I'm telling you, customer service people and salespeople are 2 of your most valuable research groups. Because they're the ones that are talking to the customer.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
They're the ones that get all the bad and hopefully some of the good.
Yeah. But watch out for salespeople because sometimes what they'll do is, oh, I just had I had one person ask for me for this at 2:00 and now it is a crisis and we need to add this whole new section to the website. And that's, you got to chill those people out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, some other really good questions here. I want to make sure we have some time for them. So another question, what are from the Slack, what are your tips for usability testing for pieces of content or information architecture? So when you're testing the success, I guess, of a piece of content or information architecture, do you have tips for doing that?
Well, I mean, in that instance, if we're talking about usability testing particularly, you want to check findability, right? Whether it is, and usually that's on the browse to find side of it, the front end, can you get to this piece of content? And so then you're looking at nav labels, you're looking at organization, which is all related very directly to content strategy, obviously. Or you're looking at user understanding. So that user testing tends to be less qualitative and a little bit more binary. Like, were you able to accomplish this? Did you understand that, right? If you're talking more about user research, what I just described is like usability testing. Like, can you get to the thing? Can you find the thing? Can you understand the thing? If you're talking more about user research or user testing, then you can get a little bit more into the qualitative feedback. And that can be anything from like, did this change the way that you perceived this product or service? Did it, you know, do you feel that you have a clear understanding of the culture for this company, and tell us more about that. But that is less binary and can get a lot more like, what is it that you are trying to communicate? What is it that you are trying to accomplish? What does the user need in the business? You know, like here, or describing like, here is the problem set that you are trying to solve out here. Go find what you need on the website and then talk to me about whether or not it specifically addresses your needs, and if so, why or why not, right? So yeah, I mean, and in terms of like tips, if you're not doing it right now, just start really small. Like, don't feel, I find that in research and in usability and user testing, a lot of times people feel like it has to be some big, complex, you know, protracted effort that is going to take 12 to 16 weeks and is going to result in like a giant PDF or in like a 120 slide presentation. And that you just don't need that to get to the information that you're looking for. A book that I swear I recommend in every single talk that I give is called Just Enough Research by Erica Hall. I saw somebody posted Book Apart. It's up. It may even be categorized in that. Why are you laughing? Do you love that book?
Yes, and also I saw it go by in the Slack earlier today.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say that Erica is also one of my very dearest friends, but it really is like the most. Okay, I'm just bragging. Now I'm just name dropping. Who are we kidding? It's a really, really great. It's just it's so accessible, and it is just, if you're interested in getting content right, it's a really, really great book to read.
And I do think we have time for a few more questions. And someone cut me off if that's what we need to do. But we have a few left, and it'd be nice to get people's questions in front of you, Christina. So this is kind of a two-parter, but so the question says, from a company's perspective, how do you know when you have enough content work, I assume work, to hire a full-time content strategist? And how can the design leader or manager start to scope the request for a content strategist and line up enough work and projects for them to prove that need?
So that's a good question that I'm not quite sure how to answer. I mean, how do you know when you're ready for one? It's when content becomes it's when everybody's like, okay, yes, we are all fully aligned that content is important, that we need to be doing more research around it, that we need more of it, or we need to prune back what it is. And now, and then it becomes a hot potato, right? Okay, and so we're asking marketing to deal with it. Well, marketing can't deal with it. Okay, well, let's ask our UX team to deal with it. Well, they got to talk to marketing, and they're already fully booked for the next launch. So when it becomes a hot potato that nobody is really willing to own, then it's time to bring in a resource and somebody to own it, right? But in terms of like how helping to sort of figure out how to identify and scope different projects to be able to kind of onboard a content strategist, that is really going to depend on, again, the size of the team, the size of the company, how many UX and tech resources you already have in play, what's on their plates. But anything that comes back into, if you consider the content lifecycle, right, which is just from ideation, like we've identified a need for content, or we've identified a desire for content, all the way through to it is time to archive or delete this content, right? Once you start to kind of identify what those activities are, and sort of see who's dealing with what right now, and whether or not it is the right way or the smart way for them to be applying their skill set, then you can sort of start to identify, okay, these activities and deliverables that this person is responsible for can go into that. I mean, it's like hiring for any job description, especially within a growing company. So I guess that's kind of the best I can do to address that.
Yeah, and it sounds very similar to what you were saying earlier about looking at the needs and how a content strategist can fit into those needs in a given project or organization.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and I want to make sure that It's not so much like where do we fit in the content strategist, but where can the content strategist help shape and contribute to key outcomes within this process. And again, a great way to look at that is what broke our project the last 6 times. Like what came up at the last minute, and it's almost always content.
Great. All right, thank you. That's all for us, but we hope that you enjoyed our conversation about content strategy. We hope to see a content channel coming soon. And thank you so much, Christina, for all your words of wisdom today. Really, really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, that was a fantastic end to a great conference. I want to thank Christina and Bailey both for that awesome fireside chat. We're done. We're wrapping up. So we have an attendee survey. We want to know what you thought about this event and how we can make it better for next year. If you take the survey, we're going to draw a name to give a free ticket to next year, which will be in person. So definitely be on the lookout for that. If you want to take it right now, go for it. We're also going to be sending those out next week. So don't worry if you don't get it right now. We'll get it to you. I'd also like to highlight an upcoming conference that we have in May, and that's 200 OK. It's a web development conference. So if you're a developer, make websites anywhere in the space, I'm sure there's tons of overlap from today. It's absolutely worth going to it. It's going to be virtual, just like this one was. So if you want to talk or just want to figure out tickets, do whatever you want, go to 200ok.us for more information on that. Again, wanted to highlight the meetup groups. If you like today's content, if you check out either of these meetup groups, you're going to get similar content throughout the year. And as far as I know, we're all meeting virtually still. So it would really be pretty similar to this. Final thank you to the sponsors to making today possible, Gen Studios, Bitness Labs, and Risk Consulting. Thank you for your support. And then finally, here it is. I said it was coming. This is the last chance for swag. So if you haven't yet and you've been on the fence, this is the time. Go for it. We're going to be mailing these out. It should be 2 to 3 weeks for it to show up at your doorstep, but we'll be able to put them in the mail with some goodies. So check that out. A special thank you to all of these people for making today possible, including the behind the scenes man. You couldn't see him, but he's running all the streams, Doji. He's been just killing it today. So throw it up in the thread and let him know how great of a job he did today, because it's been has been a nearly hiccup-free event for what it could be. And so there's just so many things going on. We covered Hungary, Singapore, and all across the U.S. time zones with grace and measure. And then finally, networking. So if you would like to jump on the call and meet some of your fellow attendees and talk stuff, we're doing breakout rooms. Just go to uxok.org/meet, and it'll take you to a Google Meet room. And Emily's there sorting people just like September 1st at Hogwarts. So again, this has been a Techlahoma event. Check out techlahoma.org, techlahoma.org donate to help support our mission for over 20 different meetup groups across the state, 3 conferences. We do so much, and it's all with your help. Thanks everyone, and have a great weekend.